Chapter 380. Master Yin Tian. Everyone was shocked, and then overjoyed. That's great, Master Yin Tian is here. Longxing City is saved this time. He is indeed the world's #1 mystic cultivator. With him around, there is no deviant ghost that cannot be solved. I didn't expect to see Master Yin Tian again. This trip was not in vain. Didn't Heaven Master go into seclusion decades ago? Could he have come specially for Longxing City? Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and rushed forward with excited looks on their faces. Even I Ching looked over curiously. Only people with great merit would have the light of merit around them. But it was the first time he saw one as bright as this one. Even the Buddhist cultivators in other small worlds, who cultivated with merit, did not have as much merit as this one. But he was a cultivator. No, according to this small world, he should be a mystic cultivator. How many good deeds did he have to do to have such a thick light of merit? I Ching could not help but feel a sense of admiration. And the person in the middle who was covered in the light of merit only smiled at everyone kindly, cupped his fists and said, "Fellow Taoists, Yin Heng is late." Only then did everyone react and return the greeting with extremely respectful expressions. Some even rubbed their eyes in disbelief, thinking that they had seen wrongly. After a while, the sect master whose surname was Ing stepped forward. "Master Yin Tian, are you here for this deviant ghost?" "Yes." Yin Heng nodded and said, "I sensed a gathering of Yin Qi in the middle of my seclusion, so I specially rushed over." He turned to look at the few dried corpses on the ground, and a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. It seems that I was still one step too late, and did not save them. He raised his hand to conjure a seal, and waved the horsetail whisk in his hand. A golden light swept towards the corpses on the ground. Immediately, the dried corpses on the ground turned into spots of light and disappeared. He chanted the Tao Sutra a few more times before sighing and putting down his hand. With this reminder, everyone also thought of their companions who had just sacrificed themselves. At once, they fell silent, and their eyes revealed a sorrowful expression. After a while, Sect Mastering said, "Ah, Heaven Master has tried his best. I'm sure they know in the underworld, and will not blame you. What's more, they died to save the world. It's a worthy death." He sighed and turned to look at the deviant ghosts that were covered by the golden light. His face darkened. "We didn't expect that there would be so many deviant ghosts this time. Our dermic powers are weak, and I'm afraid we cannot dispel them all. I wonder if Heaven Master has a way." Once he finished speaking, everyone present turned to look at Yin Heng. Actually, everyone was clear that they could not deal with so many deviant ghosts. One Yin Heng. The moment they saw the deviant ghosts, they were ready to sacrifice themselves. Even if they could stop them for a while, it would be good. But Yin Heng was a Heaven Master, the strongest mystic cultivator according to legend. With him around, perhaps they could really get rid of it. He yin he hung and yin he yin comma hung 11111 Master yin he comma yin 1111 yin tian 11. He sighed and turned to look at the black swarm of deviant ghosts behind him. "I will try my best. I wonder if everyone can protect me." Everyone's expression darkened. Even Master Heaven was not confident. It showed how serious the deviant ghosts were this time. But in the current situation, they could only try their best. This concerns all life in the world. "Heaven Master Yin, just try. We will do our best to protect you." "All right, thank you everyone." Yin Heng nodded and took a step forward. He took out a purple dermic talisman and muttered something. A moment later, the talisman lit up. The other mystic cultivators all stood around him to protect him. The light of the talisman grew brighter and brighter. A moment later, it turned into a beam of purple light and flew above the array, trapping the deviant ghosts. An array pattern appeared in the air, slowly expanding. He seemed to be trying to use the array to cover the entire swarm of deviant ghosts. But perhaps because of the different cultivation methods, it took a lot of effort for him to maintain it. A moment later, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. I Ching looked over and realized that the spirit qi in his body was being continuously transferred to the array in the air. It was as if he was not afraid of wasting it. Half of his spirit qi was used up in an instant. He frowned. If this went on, even if he was a soul formation cultivator, His spirit chi would be used up in a few minutes. He suddenly became curious about the array in the air. What kind of array would require a soul formation cultivator to use up all his energy? After looking at it carefully for a while, he still could not recognize what kind of array it was. Indeed, a moment later, Yin Heng's face was already pale. The spirit chi in his body was almost used up. If not for the golden light of merit all over his body, he might not have been able to hold on. All the mystic cultivators present held their breaths and focused their attention on the array formation in the sky. Finally, the purple array expanded to cover the entire swarm of deviant ghosts below. Only then did Yin Heng turn his hand and use the last bit of spirit energy he had left to change a Dharma spell. The incantation in his mouth became even more complicated. Even the light of merit on his body seemed to dim for a moment. In the next moment, the purple array suddenly changed. The pattern changed instantly. The entire sky turned into a blinding red light. With a thick murderous aura, it directly fell down. This was the soul-destroying array. I Ching's eyes widened. He saw that the array was about to fall down on the remnant souls below. Even the golden shield that originally trapped the deviant ghosts was shattered. The barrier array that he set up inside was also about to collapse. His heart tightened. Subconsciously, he sent a few streaks of sword chi towards the soul-destroying array. In the next moment he heard a loud ding. That red array collapsed instantly, turning into spots of fluorescent light that fell down. And Yin Heng, who set up the array, had already used up all his spirit chi. Now that the array backfired, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down. "What are you doing?" It was only then that the other mystic cultivators noticed I Ching at the side. They reacted instantly and turned to look angrily at the person who suddenly broke the array. There were even more people who took out the peach with swords in their hands and surrounded him tightly. "Who are you? Why did you break Master Heaven's array? You stopped us from exorcising deviant ghosts and injured Master Heaven. What exactly do you want?" I Ching frowned. He ignored everyone's questions and turned to look at Yin Heng, who was on the verge of collapsing. In a low voice he asked, "Your so-called exorcism is to kill these remnant souls?" Once he said this, everyone became even angrier. Of course, deviant ghosts harm the world. Naturally, they have to be exorcised. I Ching's frown deepened. "There's no need to talk to him. Take down this traitor who broke the exorcism array." Sect Master Ing, who was leading the group, shouted. The angry crowd looked as if they were about to raise their swords and slash at him. "Wait!" Yin Heng suddenly spoke, stopping everyone who was rushing over. "Wait a minute." Chapter 381. Yin Heng forced himself to take 2 steps forward. He looked at I Ching suspiciously. Something flashed across his eyes as he said anxiously, "Fellow Taoist, do you mean that you have other ways to deal with deviant ghosts?" I Ching's expression darkened. These deviant ghosts are obviously formed from tens of thousands of remnant souls. The remnant soul is also a part of the soul. Do you know that under the soul-extinguishing array, the soul will scatter? These tens of thousands of souls will never be reincarnated. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. He had thought that with the light of merit, he would not be an evil person. Who would have thought that he would want to kill tens of thousands of remnant souls? Not to mention cultivators. Even the devil race would not dare to do such a thing. However, the crowd didn't care at all. Instead, they looked at him even more furiously. What remnant soul? His soul would scatter and scatter. What a load of nonsense. That's right. If the deviant ghosts aren't eliminated, the living will be eaten. Don't try to mislead us with your lies. We are doing this to protect the righteous path of the world. Master Yin Tian, there's no need to listen to this nonsense. Let's just take down this evil person first. No. Yin Heng once again stood in front of everyone. There was no anger on his face, only excitement. He looked at I Ching with glowing eyes and said urgently, "According to fellow Taoist, how should we deal with these deviants? No, these remnant souls?" A trace of surprise flashed across I Ching's heart. He kept feeling that something was wrong. He frowned and said, "Naturally, it will be returned to the river of forgetfulness and sent to the underworld to be reincarnated." Reincarnation? Rebirth? Yin Heng paused, his eyes full of confusion. He was about to ask, I Ching had already turned around and was walking toward the deviant ghosts. He conjured a seal with both hands, and golden light shone from beneath his feet. In an instant, a huge reincarnation array appeared on the ground, extending across the entire forest. The originally pitch-black deviant ghost was like a cloud that had been blown away, the black gas dissipating. Even the yin chi of the ghosts had disappeared. Suddenly, one transparent shadow after another appeared in front of him. However, they looked extremely weak. Some of them couldn't even take on a human form, only a cloud of white smoke. They were densely packed together. At first glance, there were actually more than 10,000 of them. Everyone present was stunned and looked at the large number of shadows in disbelief. What is this? Why did the deviant ghost suddenly become like this? Did he become a ghost? But why is there no yin chi? Isn't that the head of the yin family? Isn't he dead? Everyone gasped in unison, as if they had never seen such a scene before. Just as they were about to take a closer look, I Ching made a hand seal. Immediately, the forest of weak remnant souls turned into wisps of green smoke and returned to the river of forgetfulness below. In less than the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, the deviant ghosts that had originally swarmed over in an overwhelming manner and could almost destroy the entire Longxing city had now completely disappeared, leaving only withered branches and withered leaves on the ground. I Ching used his divine perception to scan the entire forest. There was not a single remnant soul left. It seemed like Songren was the only special one. The grievances of the other ghosts were not so thick that they could not enter the river of forgetfulness. All the mystic cultivators present were stunned, and no one spoke for a long time. Yun Heng was the first to react. He quickly stepped forward. Fellow Taoist, those strange remnant souls, where did they go? Send it to. Before he could finish, he suddenly paused and looked up at the glimmer of light in the sky. It's daybreak. There's no time. I have to go back to cook. What? With that said, he directly grabbed a certain dandelion apparition on the ground, turned around, and with a whoosh he disappeared, leaving behind the crowd, whose eyes were even wider, and the dumbfounded Yin Heng. Nothing was more important than going back to prepare breakfast for Master. Carrot. In a certain inn in Longxing City. That's what happened. I Ching tidied up the table as he recounted what happened last night. Oh. Shening, who had finally finished her breakfast, turned her chopsticks upside down, squatted on the ground, and poked a certain cowardly corpse. So his illness is acting up again? Acting up? I Ching was stunned for a moment, and then nodded hard. Yes, perhaps he was affected by the grievances of those remnant souls. He continued to explain. This time, his grievances are even more than before. I have already sent a message to Meng Pe, but perhaps even she might not be able to clear these grievances. Shening glanced at the person on the ground, whose entire body was emitting black qi, as if he was moldy. Is there no other way? I haven't found out about his past, and I don't know what the knot in Songren's heart is, so there's no way to completely eliminate the grievances. Then we throw him away for now. I can only temporarily seal him in the apparition, but the grievances devour the soul. In the long run, his soul will completely disappear. So troublesome. Shening tilted her head. Why don't we throw him back to Father Niu? I Ching was stunned for a moment, and then reminded her seriously. It's not that we can't let Father Niu deal with it, but we haven't found Yu Hong yet. If we go back now, I guess we won't even have our living expenses for the next 3 months. I Ching continued. If Songren doesn't recover by tomorrow, we won't have money to stay in the inn. Shening stiffened, and then threw away the chopsticks in her hand, stood up, and patted I Ching on the shoulder. Chef, you're right. The treasure-seeking ghost has been with us for a few days. We are loyal people. Even if he becomes a moldy ghost, we won't give up on him. Moldy ghost? What the hell? But his mold is quite serious. Shening looked at the person on the ground, who was emitting more and more black qi, and scratched her head. Why don't we pull him out and shake him, and let him dry to get rid of the mold or something? With that said, she bent down directly from the apparition on the ground, and pulled out Songren, who was full of grievances. She held a corner of it in one hand and shook it up and down against the window like she was shaking a quilt. For a moment, there was only the sound of a gust of wind, and a good ball of grievances was shaken into a rectangle. Straight face, Moss. Master. I Ching frowned, and was a step too slow to stop her. Song Ren's body is filled with grievances you can't shake. It's shaken off. Before he finished speaking, he saw a large patch of grievances, like a shell being shed, instantly shed off Song Ren's body. That works too. It's done. Shining shook it for less than 2 minutes, and the ball of grievances had already disappeared, revealing a translucent soul inside. But it still had not woken up, and there was still some black in the soul. Take it again and just dry it. I Ching. No. Master, indeed. I Ching was about to say something, but the waiter suddenly knocked on the door from outside. Guest, Master Yun Tian asked me to pass a message. He wants to see you. I wonder if it's convenient for you? Master Yun Tian? That's fast. Master, he's the soul formation cultivator I was talking about just now, I Ching explained, and then nodded, asking the waiter to invite him in. Oh, Shining did not mind. After a while, she saw a large patch of golden light moving towards the room. It was so bright that it was blinding. Shining was stunned, and subconsciously narrowed her eyes. What a big light bulb. She looked down at the moldy ghost in her hand. Hee, greater than or equal to 4 all. Chapter 382. Fellow Taoist. The moment Yin Heng entered, he bowed towards I Ching. He looked excited. Please forgive me for my intrusion, fellow Taoist. I Ching glanced at him. He had guessed that he would find his way here, but he did not expect it to be so soon. It seemed like his position among the mystic cultivators was indeed extraordinary. Don't stand on ceremony, Master Yun Tian. Please take a seat. He gestured for him to come in and sit down. Coincidentally, he had something to confirm with him. Fellow Taoist, you can just call me Yin Heng. He became even more polite and respectful. How should I address you, fellow Taoist? I Ching. I Ching answered and turned to look behind him. My master Shining. Yin Heng seemed to have just noticed Shining behind him. He paused for a moment, then immediately bowed. Thinking of the purpose of this trip, he did not think too much about it. He continued to stare at I Ching and said, Fellow Taoist I came here this time because I have something important to confirm with you. Fellow Taoist please tell me the truth. His expression became even more nervous, as if what he was going to say next was extremely important to him. His hands subconsciously clenched at his sides. I Ching glanced at him and nodded. Fellow Taoist, please ask away. He took a deep breath, sat up straight, and said, What do you mean by remnant souls? Humans are divided into 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls, called the soul. When the body dies, the soul emerges as a ghost. A remnant soul is also a fragment of a soul. Because it is incomplete, it is not enough to form a soul or a spirit, so it is called a remnant soul. Then what do you mean by sending me into the river of forgetfulness? He asked anxiously. The river of forgetfulness is the place where all souls in the world are born and end. It flows through every corner of the 3 realms and 6 paths, and it draws the souls of all living beings into the netherworld. Only through the river of forgetfulness can one be reborn and reincarnated. Yin Heng's face paled, as if he had suffered a huge blow. His body swayed, and his entire body leaned forward as if he was about to fall. However, he used his hands to support himself on the table, and tried his best to sit up straight. Many complicated emotions flashed across her eyes. After a while, she looked at I Ching with an even more anxious expression. Then the Dharma spell that fellow Taoist used just now was formation, rebirth, formation, rebirth, formation. He muttered these words and looked him up and down. Please forgive me for being presumptuous, but fellow Taoist is using the profound technique. No. Then, sorcery, immortal cultivation, sorcery. Immortal cultivation. He was shocked. That's you, a cultivator. Yin Heng was stunned. He was completely stunned. Although he did not know what a cultivator was, he understood that it was completely different from mystic cultivators. His expression changed a few times, and after a while, he seemed to understand something. So it's like this. There's actually such a spell in this world. It turns out that we've been using the wrong method all this time. No wonder, no wonder. He sighed and shook his head. For a moment, it was hard to tell whether he was crying or laughing. I Ching frowned and looked at him before saying, "Fellow Taoist Yin, can you answer some of my questions as well?" Yin Heng turned around. "Fellow Taoist, please speak. Have you mystic cultivators always destroyed the souls of deviant ghosts?" Yin Heng froze for a moment. He suddenly felt a little ashamed. A moment later he smiled bitterly and said, "I know what fellow Taoist wants to say. But in this world, other than expelling them, there is no other way to deal with ghosts." "No other way?" I Ching was shocked. Expelling the dead and reincarnating. Weren't these the most basic spells? He sighed as if thinking of something. After a while he continued, "Fellow Taoist, you might not know this, but a few hundred years ago, deviant remnant souls suddenly appeared in this world. It led to great suffering. At that time, no one knew how to deal with these remnant souls. As a result, tens of thousands of civilians in several cities in the north were eaten to death. After that, Patriarch Pu Xian spent tens of years before creating that expelling array to stop those deviant ghosts from wreaking havoc in the world. After that, he even died because of this array. From then on, the mystic cultivators united and built the mystic sect." His expression became even more solemn. He took a deep breath before continuing. "The mystic sect made this array public, and its mission was to expel deviant ghosts and protect the world. By expelling all the deviant ghosts to the north, they were able to protect a piece of pure land. So the mystic cultivators in the world only knew this one method." "Are you all retarded? There's clearly something wrong with this method." But after many years, the number of deviant ghosts did not decrease. And the number grew bigger and bigger every time. Now it seems our understanding of it from the beginning was wrong. These deviant ghosts, no, these remnant souls, do not need to be expelled, but to be reborn." "Nonsense." He turned to look at I Ching, cupped his fists and pleaded seriously. "Fellow Taoist, I beg you, can you teach the art of rebirth to all the mystic cultivators in the world? Help the world to completely solve this crisis, and help those remnant souls to enter samsara again." I Ching rubbed his forehead. Although he had some guesses before, he did not expect this to be the reason. It turned out that the reason why they showed no mercy to those remnant souls was not because they were cruel, but because they did not know that those were also a part of the soul. What was even more ridiculous was that they claimed to be mystic cultivators, who specialized in dealing with ghosts, but actually did not know any way to be reborn, and could only kill them directly. He immediately thought of that soul-exterminating array. Yin Heng had merit on him. That array could indeed exterminate and devour souls. But looking at the cultivation of the others, even if they joined forces, they would probably only be able to unleash 1/10 of the power of that array. At most, they would be able to disperse those remnant souls. But the remnant souls still did not enter the river of forgetfulness. Because of grievous energy, they would still reunite. Presumably, this was also the reason why the number of deviant ghosts in this small world had been increasing for so many years. So all this was because their cultivation techniques were incomplete, or even seriously lacking. Logically speaking, the different small world spirit chi levels were different, but in the end, they would all be on the path of immortal cultivation and ascension. But this world seemed to have missed something halfway, and it was getting more and more crooked. "I can teach you," I Ching said in a low voice. "Not only the rebirth array, but also various methods of rebirth for ghosts." Yin Heng's expression was one of joy and excitement. "But," I Ching added, "you have to ask all the mystic cultivators to stop using that soul-exterminating array immediately." "Of course." He hurriedly nodded. Ever since he knew that those deviant ghosts were also souls, he did not intend to let them use it anymore. "Also, can you let me see how your so-called mystic techniques work? Alright, this is a huge matter to save the world. I think everyone will agree." Thank you, fellow Taoist. I will inform Sect Master Ing to recall all the mystic sect disciples. Also, all the mystic cultivator clans will all rush over within 3 days and spread the news to all the mystic cultivators in the world. Go. Fellow Taoist I Ching, I have one last question. Speak. May I ask? He suddenly pointed above his head, and then turned back to look at the person behind him. Since I entered the door, why has this lady behind me been holding a piece of gray cloth above my head? I Ching. Shining. Ah, I've been discovered. My invisibility function is not working today. The moldy ghost has not even dried up yet. Oh. Chapter 383. Yun Heng was very fast. The next day, he brought over a pile of mystic sect classics. I Ching had thought that there would be all kinds of cultivation techniques. He did not expect that they would all be drawings of talismans. There were small talismans like the dust-repelling talisman and the speed-increasing talisman. There were also big talismans like the thunder talisman and the fire talisman. I want to know how your cultivation techniques are different from mine. You only need to show me the most basic techniques? I Ching thought that he had misunderstood and reminded him again. But these are all. Yun Heng nodded. All the talisman techniques in the mystic techniques are here. These. I Ching looked at the books on the table. Don't you have anything like guiding qi into the body? Yun Heng was stunned. What is guiding qi into the body? I Ching suddenly had a bad feeling. Have you never guided spirit qi into the body? Spirit qi. Yun Heng was even more confused. Then how do you usually draw talismans? He changed the way he asked. Oh, you just have to sense the heaven and earth. I'll draw it for you. As he spoke, he immediately took out the talisman paper and cinnabar to demonstrate. First, he burned some incense and washed his hands with a serious look. After a while, he picked up his brush and focused on drawing on the paper. I Ching focused and found that the spirit qi in his body did not move at all. Only the surrounding spirit qi seeped into the tip of the brush and onto the talisman paper. In less than a while, a low-level talisman paper appeared on the table. Straight face, it's done. Yun Heng put down his brush and said happily. I never thought that this dust-removing talisman would succeed on the first try. I Ching. He was a soul formation supremacy, but he could only draw a low-level dust-removing talisman. What was there to be proud of? Suddenly he understood. Could it be that these mystic cultivators did not know how to use their own spirit qi at all? Then how on earth did he cultivate to the soul formation level? After thinking about it, I Ching directly conjured a seal and used the surrounding spirit qi to make a temporary spirit testing pearl. He extended it to Yun Heng and said, "Put your hand on it." Yun Heng was stunned. Although he did not understand what he meant, he still put his hand on it. In the next moment, the spirit testing pearl suddenly emitted a 5-colored light that gathered into a ball and merged into one. 5 elements mixed spirit root. I Ching was shocked. No wonder. The 5 elements mixed spirit root was similar to the 5 spirit roots, but they were 2 extremes, different from the worst 5 spirit roots. Although the 5 elemental chaos spirit root also needed to absorb 5 types of spirit qi, the spirit roots complemented each other and merged into one. In other words, as long as it was spiritual qi, he would be able to absorb it. He did not need to separate spiritual qi like other spiritual roots. It could be said that this was the best spiritual root. More importantly, those with the 5 elements mixed spiritual roots must have the 5 elements spirit body. His body had a special ability to summon spiritual qi, so he didn't need to absorb it on his own. Spiritual qi would gather in his body on its own. Besides, he had so much merit that he wouldn't face any bottlenecks. It wouldn't be strange if he could reach the soul formation stage. What is the spirit root that fellow Taoist is talking about? Yun Heng looked confused. He clearly did not know what Lone Moon was talking about. I Ching frowned and looked at him with a complicated expression. It seemed like the situation was much more serious than he had imagined. It wasn't as simple as handing over the reincarnation array and the soul transcendence spell to them. They had to start from scratch. Lone Moon turned to look at the mystic cultivators outside the inn who kept glancing over curiously. He sighed. It seemed like this was really a troublesome matter. He had to think about how to teach them. He explained a little to Yun Heng and agreed to go to the mystic sect the next day to explain the situation. Only then did he ask Yun Heng to leave. Master. I Ching looked at Shen Ying, who had been chewing on her fruit the whole time. What should we do now? Looking at the situation, the cultivation sorcery of this small world was seriously lacking. To solve the problem of deviant ghosts, they had to start from the most basic qi into their bodies. How about? Shening looked calm. Give Father Niu a call? Open a school or something. It wouldn't be the first time anyway. I Ching was stunned. His eyes brightened. Good idea. Father Niu had experience in teaching disciples. He immediately took out the communication talisman. In the next moment, a familiar figure jumped out. Get lost. He had just told Lone Moon his idea when Lone Moon replied with a single word. He looked at the two of them like a knife. They don't know how to cultivate. It's none of my business. Can't you just give me less trouble? You want me to open a school? Do you think the invincible sect doesn't have enough to deal with? But if you want to teach, go ahead. Why are you looking for me? I Ching was stumped. He didn't know how to answer. Shening tilted her head and leaned over. Father Niu, you're a professional. Get lost. Lone Moon rolled his eyes at her. He looked left and right. Where are you, Hong and Little Black? What are the two of you doing down there? Don't mind such details. Details my ass. You didn't even look for them, did you? Lone Moon exposed them directly. Hurry up and find them. You can do whatever you want with the rest. Oh. Shen Ying's eyes narrowed. She sighed and said, all right. There are so many people in this world. None of them have cultivated. They don't understand anyway. Chef. She turned and patted I Ching. Just do whatever you want and teach them. I Ching was stunned. He immediately understood something. He nodded vigorously. Yes, master. Wait. Indeed, Lone Moon suddenly spoke. What do you mean by not cultivating? It means that there are no cultivators in this world. I Ching explained. Then he added, among these people there are even people with 5 elements spirit roots. But no one knows the way to cultivate. It's really a pity. After saying that, he let out a long artificial sigh, which was completely out of character. Even someone as smart as Father Niu didn't notice. His mind was filled with 5 elements spirit roots. 5 elements mixed spirit roots. In such a small world with pitifully little spirit qi, there were actually 5 elements mixed spirit roots. That was a qualification that could allow one to ascend to immortality. If there were even such spirit roots, wouldn't other qualifications be everywhere? None of them really know how to cultivate spirit qi. Of course. Come and see if you don't believe me. Lone Moon glanced at the two of them suspiciously. Although he knew that they were doing it on purpose, he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. There were no cultivators in the entire small world. That meant that the ground was filled with supreme-grade qualifications. They could pick and choose at will. It meant that they hadn't decided on the direction of cultivation. It meant that they could teach at will. It meant that the world would be filled with sword cultivators in the future. Then he thought about his own sect full of diamond Barbies. Master, let's go now? Although my cultivation method might not be suitable for them, we still have to give it a try. Oh. Shening nodded. The two of them were just about to leave. Stop right there. Lone Moon looked at the two of them, who were already addicted to acting. The corner of his mouth twitched. That's enough? Wait here obediently. I'll make some preparations. We'll be there tomorrow. Let Cheech do it. He could create a second invincible sect in minutes. Yes, Father Niu. No problem, Father Niu. Two Lone Moon snorted coldly. The figure on the talisman disappeared in a flash. Done. Chef, you cooperated well. Shening nudged the person beside her. It's Master who taught us well. Achievement of daily cheating achieved. Chapter 384. By the time Songren woke up, it was already 3 days later. The grievous aura on his body had completely disappeared, and he turned back into that translucent appearance. But why was he hanging on the drying pole? What exactly happened? Hey, did you do it? Shening leaned on the windowsill and waved at him. Exalted immortal Shun. Songren hesitated. What did she mean by did it? Shouldn't she say that he was awake? He subconsciously wanted to float towards her, but a white light flashed in front of him, pushing him back. Only then did he realize that there was a layer of transparent array around him, sealing him firmly on the drying pole, unable to move. This is? Oh, I'm not afraid that you'll be blown away by the wind. Shen explained casually, turning to the person behind her. Chef. Yes, master. Yiming made a seal with his hand, instantly undoing the array around Song Ren. Only then did Song Ren come down from the drying pole and float into the house. Exalted immortals, what happened to me? He looked confused. He clearly remembered that he followed I Ching up to subdue deviant ghosts. Why was he hanging up when he came back to his senses? You don't remember anything at all? I Ching frowned and asked. Song Ren was stunned. A complicated expression flashed across his face. After a while he frowned and said, I don't know either. I felt like I went to a place. I saw a lot of people. I Ching was shocked. Could it be that he remembered his previous memories? What else did you see? It seemed like someone told me where to go. His expression grew uglier. He seemed to be trying hard to recall. After a while he shook his head. I can't remember. I just felt that it was very cold there. Exalted immortal, did I? I Ching nodded. It seemed like he could not find out why he had grievous aura on his own. But he could ask Yun Heng to help him investigate. Ever since I Ching dealt with the remnant souls that attacked the city, the mystic cultivators in the city changed their attitude towards them. But most of them still maintained a suspicious attitude. Although Yun Heng, who was like a national idol, wholeheartedly trusted and worked hard to promote them. The next day, when they arrived at the Mystic Gate, the square was indeed filled with mystic cultivators. However, none of them believed in immortal cultivation like Yun Heng did. Most of them looked doubtful. He even had the thought of watching a joke. If I Ching hadn't dealt with those remnant souls that day, they probably wouldn't even have come. Actually, if one thought about it, it was understandable. After cultivating and inheriting something for hundreds of years, someone suddenly said that it was wrong. Of course, they would not accept it for a while. As for Yun Heng, he was a soul formation cultivator. To a certain extent, he could sense the heavenly Tao better than others. He must have long suspected the so-called profound technique. That was why he immediately believed I Ching's words. Fellow Taoist Yi. Yun Heng took a step forward and looked at I Ching beside him. Although he did not know why I Ching wanted all the mystic cultivators to gather here, he still did as he was told. Everyone is here. Shall we begin? Let's wait a little longer, I Ching said. What else do we need to wait for? Wait for Father Niu. Ah! Yun Heng paused. Who's Father Niu? It's the meaning of a parent, he casually explained. Parents? Was it the patriarch? Could it be that he came from a hidden family? Before Yun Heng could react, a few heavenly voices suddenly came from the sky. The voices were light and simple, as if they were close to his ears, but also seemed far away. The square suddenly became restless. Look up! Someone exclaimed. Everyone raised their heads and looked up in shock. A tall palace suddenly appeared in the sky, floating high in the air. The palace was surrounded by large patches of colorful spirit light, illuminating the entire palace like a dream. It was as if a celestial realm had come to the world. In an instant, it was as if some kind of pressure came out of the palace and swept toward everyone, causing their hearts to tremble. Everyone present was stunned. They looked at the strange scene that suddenly appeared in disbelief, except for the two who received the news in advance. I Ching. Shen. Father Niu's appearance this time was rather high profile, the kind that came with its own background music. In the next moment, several figures flew out of the palace and slowly stopped in the sky above everyone. They were all dressed in the same white robes, embroidered with golden auspicious clouds. They stepped on a sword that was overflowing with spirit qi, but for some reason, although there was nothing covering them, they could not see their faces clearly. When they looked over, they could only see a blurry figure. Especially the person in the middle, his body seemed to be surrounded by a shocking suppressive force. Looking at him made their hearts sink, and they did not dare to look at him directly. Everyone became even more excited. This was definitely not any mystic technique. This was more like an immortal's technique. They saw that the few people stopped in the sky above the square. Only then did the person on the right speak loudly. His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. The disciples of Invincible Sect have come into the world under the orders of the sect master to find fated people and teach them the Tao of immortal cultivation. I hope that after you receive this opportunity, you will stick to the right path and protect the peace of the world." As soon as he finished speaking, the other party waved his hand. Everyone looked in shock. On an empty space on the right side of the square, a tall platform appeared out of thin air. "In a quarter of an hour, we will start testing for spirit roots here. We will select the most talented disciples and teach them the way of cultivation. Anyone can participate." With that said, the few of them flashed and flew back to the palace in the sky between the clouds. The whole place was silent. No one could react for a long time. After a while, they rushed to the side of the platform on the right and formed a long line, waiting excitedly. Although they did not know what testing for spirit roots was, the scene just now was not fake. At that moment, there was no longer any doubt in their hearts. So there really was a way to cultivate to become immortal in this world. What Master Yin Tian said was true. At that moment in the palace in the sky, the four people who were suddenly teleported up after watching a wave of pretentious acts. "Hey, Father Niu." Shening greeted the person in the middle. The other party rolled his eyes at her. Instead, the eyes of the few girls beside him brightened. One by one they went forward and bowed. "Greetings, Sect Master." Shening greeted them all. "Hey, little green, little white, little pink, little white." 2. Everyone. See you, who was dressed in pink, tugged at her clothes, considering whether to change back to green. Indeed, once she changed her clothes, even her name changed. There are a lot of people here this time. And they're very high profile. I Ching added. "Didn't you say that no one here has cultivated spirit chi before?" Lone Moon stepped forward and said, "Of course I have to be fully prepared. If I don't do this, how can I make them believe me so easily?" He did not want to cause a fight over the cultivation system. That was equivalent to holding a press conference in advance. Of course, he had to make it as high profile as possible. The few of them paused. They thought back to the mystic cultivators in the square. Indeed, after seeing them appear, regardless of whether they were skeptical or not, they were now completely convinced. "Fellow Taoist, you really have foresight." Yin Heng was delighted. He immediately understood his intention. This palace that suddenly appeared high up in the sky, not to mention the others, even he was shocked. At first, he was still thinking about how to persuade everyone to give up on their original mystic techniques. But after this incident, that problem was solved. This was such a shocking technique. Even without him saying it, the others knew how to choose. "You are the lamp, Master Yin Tian?" Lone Moon smiled politely at Yin Heng. He was pierced by the golden light of merit around him. He subconsciously narrowed his eyes. Indeed, as Shening said, he was a very bright light bulb. Chapter 385. Fellow Taoist, you can just call me Yin Heng. Yin Heng became even more polite. He looked at Lone Moon with an even brighter gaze. "I still don't know how to address you, fellow Taoist." Lone Moon. Father Niu gave him a businesslike smile and turned to introduce the few people behind him. "They are all disciples of my invincible sect. This time, I hope fellow Taoists can cooperate with me." "Of course." He nodded repeatedly, his face filled with obvious joy. Cultivation and preaching are important matters. If there are any problems, as long as fellow Taoist asks, I will definitely not refuse. Lone Moon did not say much. After exchanging a few pleasantries with him, he asked him to bring Siyu and the others down to test their spirit roots. Only 3 people and 1 ghost were left in the hall. Naturally, they didn't need to personally attend to a matter like accepting a disciple. Otherwise, it would be too degrading. It wasn't easy for him to show off, so he naturally had to do it to the end. However, he was indeed curious about the qualifications of the people from this small world. He immediately summoned a water mirror, and the scene on the testing platform below appeared before his eyes. At that moment, there was already a long queue. All the mystic cultivators were looking excitedly at the stage. Perhaps it was because Siyu and the rest were on the stage. There was no fighting. They went up the stage one by one in an orderly fashion. What was amazing was that among all the people who went up to the stage, other than 1 or 2 commoners who joined in the fun, the mystic cultivators who were originally guarding the city all had spirit roots. Moreover, their aptitudes were not bad. Most of them had dual or triple spiritual roots. In less than an hour, 2 celestial spiritual roots had been detected. Such a good aptitude was rare, even in other small worlds with rich spiritual qi. It was as if all the good talents had been gathered in this city. But why do they all have cultivation bases? Lone Moon glared at the unreliable pair of master and disciple. Didn't you say that there are no cultivators in this world? The people who went up for the spirit root test were all at the 1st to 5th stage of qi refinement. Especially those 2 with heaven's spiritual roots. They had already reached the 8th level of qi refinement. Maybe it's because of the so-called profound technique. I Ching replied. Previously, they all cultivated a mystic technique that was similar to talisman cultivation. They often had to draw talismans, even though they didn't know how to draw qi into their bodies. But if I use the surrounding spiritual qi to draw talismans, it will naturally affect me. It was just that they lacked understanding of spiritual energy and didn't know how to circulate it. Naturally, they couldn't pass through the lightning tribulation and successfully build their foundation. Therefore, their cultivation could only stop at the qi refining stage. Lone Moon thought of this as well. He scanned with his divine perception. Indeed, there was not a single foundation establishment cultivator in the plaza. Suddenly he thought of another question. How did that Yun Heng reach the soul formation stage? He has a lamp, merit, I Ching explained. Lone Moon was stunned. He recalled the blinding golden light on Yun Heng's body. People with merit would usually be favored by the heavenly Tao. That was the rule of the heavenly Tao. The golden light of merit on Yun Heng's body was so bright. Naturally, there were no obstacles to his cultivation. It was normal that he did not encounter any lightning tribulations. He looked curiously at the mirror, at the person who was seriously helping see you register. You can sense that your cultivation method is wrong, and you can still make up your mind to change it in time. Most importantly, it wasn't for his own selfishness, but for the sake of this world. Yun Heng's breadth of mind is rare indeed. No wonder he has so much merit. Indeed. I Ching nodded as well. He should have been the first to sense that there was a problem with this world's cultivation. What's more, after knowing that he was cultivating the immortal Tao, ordinary people would not be able to resist the temptation to change their cultivation methods privately. But his first reaction was to beg him to teach this cultivation method to all the mystic cultivators in the world. He had no intention of keeping it to himself. All he wanted was to solve the world's crisis. He is indeed a rare kind person. You can't say that. The moment the 2 of them finished speaking, Song Run, who had been silent all this while, suddenly snorted coldly. He looked straight at the mirror, and his eyes darkened. Some people can't be seen on the surface. Until the end, who knows what he's thinking? Shening, who was chewing on her fruit, paused and turned to look at the rich ghost. You don't like him? I Ching and Lone Moon turned to look at him as well. They were surprised that he would suddenly say something like that. Song Ren frowned and glanced at the mirror in disdain. He said subconsciously, he looks like the sun. Just looking at him hurts my eyes. What's there to like? Humph. The disdain in his eyes deepened. There was also some anger in his eyes. He stared at Yun Heng. I Ching was shocked. He stepped forward and said, You can see the light of merit around him? It's so bright. How can I not see it? He looked like he was not blind. I Ching exchanged a look with Lone Moon. Then he said, Song Run, you used to know Yun Heng? Ha! Song Run turned. I don't. Then why do you suddenly hate him so much? He stared blankly, as if he had just realized it. A look of confusion flashed across his face. He scratched his head. I don't know. Anyway, he doesn't look like a good person. I hate him. With that said, he nodded vigorously. He stared at the person in the mirror again. Even his hands by his side tightened. I Ching frowned even deeper. By right, people with the light of merit would subconsciously give people a sense of friendliness. Although Song Ren was a coward, he was not a difficult person to get along with. In fact, compared to Lone Moon and Master, he was even friendlier and friendlier. By right, today should be the first time they met. Why did Song Ren hate Yun Heng so much? Could it be that his death in his previous life had something to do with Yun Heng? It looked like he had to ask Yun Heng about this. Lone Moon was a little excited. He did not expect to gain so many sword cultivator disciples just by showing off. The next day, Si told him the results of the spirit roots test. There were actually 17 celestial spirit roots. 2 of them were variant spirit roots. There were also hundreds of people with double and triple spirit roots. There were even more people with mixed spirit roots. Lone Moon chose those who were suitable for sword cultivation and had good potential to teach them personally. The rest were handed over to Siyu and the others to teach them the basics of drawing qi into their bodies and basic sword techniques. He instructed them again and again not to teach them body tempering. After completely cutting off all contact between Shen Ying and the others, Lone Moon let them into the hall. The more he looked at the cultivators in front of him, the more satisfied he was. Although they were all a bit old, missed the best cultivation period, and had a lot of impurities in their bodies. However, as long as he worked hard, he would be able to reach the core formation stage before his lifespan ended. Not only would he be able to ascend to become an immortal, but he would also be able to reach the soul formation stage. Although the spirit qi in this small world was thin, and there were pitifully few spirit herbs and spirit plants to support it, but these had nothing to do with sword cultivators. Sword cultivators practiced sword techniques, elixirs and whatnot, other than for emergencies, had no benefits to cultivation. What's more, there was Yin Hung. He was already at the soul formation stage. As long as he practiced his cultivation technique, he would be able to survive the ascension lightning tribulation and ascend to the celestial world. Of course, he naturally practiced the mental cultivation method of swordsmanship. Lone Moon could already see the beautiful era of sword cultivators all over the place. He plunged headfirst into the great cause of teaching others how to cultivate. Shen Ying, who was openly slacking off. Why do I feel like I've forgotten something? Forget it, it's not important. Chef, can you make some afternoon tea? I'm hungry. Yes, master, no problem, master. Chapter 386. Perhaps because they already had the foundation of drawing talismans before, everyone learned to draw qi into their bodies very quickly. In just a few months, most of them had already advanced 1 or 2 levels in their cultivation. Especially Yin Hung, he went from early-stage soul formation to mid-stage soul formation. But these people's meridians had not been cleansed by spirit qi for a long time, and the impurities in their bodies had accumulated for a long time. It would definitely affect their foundation. Because of this, Lone Moon decided to let them stop drawing qi and directly switch to basic sword techniques. Sword techniques could strengthen one's physique and help to clear the meridians. Other than that, he forced everyone to abstain from eating to prevent more impurities from accumulating. People who had just started abstaining from eating were very painful. Although they would not feel hungry with the pill of fasting, they were used to having 3 meals a day. Even if they were not hungry, the desire to eat was hard to suppress. This was also why it was better to take in disciples as young as possible, especially these people who were changing their cultivation. Most of them were adults. They had been eating grains for decades, and now they suddenly ran out of food. Naturally, it was a kind of torture for them. But Lone Moon was a strict teacher. He was very determined to abstain from eating. He directly stopped the canteen, and even closed the mountain gates. So the rear hall of the entire immortal sect, which was the only place where people could eat, became the place where they had to practice sword techniques and study mental cultivation techniques. So fragrant. He turned his head and looked at the row of people lying on the wall. They were drooling, and their eyes were glowing green. Shen Ying was stunned. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, she silently ate another mouthful of rice. Indeed, in the next moment, a series of gurgling sounds came from outside the wall. Faintly, there was also the sound of people drooling even more happily. Suddenly, she was a little worried. This wall wouldn't collapse, right? The feeling of being stared at by hundreds of pairs of eyes while eating every day, Shen Ying really felt no pressure at all. In fact, she even wanted to add another dish to her plate. A zero. Chef, make 2 more dishes. I'm not full. Yes, master, no problem, master. Lone Moon, who just entered. Yin Hung, who just entered. Everyone on the wall. Cough. Lone Moon coughed heavily, successfully attracting the attention of the group of people on the wall. His expression turned cold. Have you all finished practicing the basic sword techniques for today? All of a sudden, everyone froze, like a child who had made a mistake. Replying to, "Exalted Master, we have already finished practicing. You still have the strength to lean against the wall? Looks like it's too easy. Tomorrow, I'll practice 100 times more." Everyone's face turned pale. Are you a devil? For a moment, wails and cries could be heard everywhere. Everyone had no choice but to quietly retreat from the wall and flee with their tails between their legs. And you? Lo Moon turned and glared at a certain foodie. Why must we eat in the yard? Can't we go back to our rooms and eat? It would affect the morale of the army. Shening replied as she ate. The table in the room is too small. It won't fit. Lo Moon scanned the table full of dishes and pursed his lips. This reason was really irrefutable. Don't worry, Exalted Master. Yin Heng smiled and said, they're just not used to fasting for the first time. They'll get used to it after a while. He could only think of it this way. A few days later, the number of people drooling on the wall became fewer and fewer. They no longer came to watch and instead asked in person, Master Shen, I heard that your cultivation method is different from ours. Master Shen, I heard that you don't need to fast. Master Shen, I heard that you were the one who taught Exalted Master Siyu and the others their cultivation techniques. Master Shen, when are you free? Can you give us some pointers? Master Shen, do you think I have the qualifications to cultivate your cultivation technique? The kind that doesn't need to fast. I Ching. Shening. Lone Moon. His heart skipped a beat. It was as if he smelled the scent of a second invincible sect. He suddenly had the urge to expel a certain person from the invincible sect from the sect. Cough that. Yin Heng chuckled and hurriedly changed the topic. Oh yes, fellow Taoist I Ching called me here in such a hurry. What's the matter? Only then did I Ching remember the matter at hand. He turned to look at Song Ren, who was staring at Yin Heng like a thief. I Ching conjured a seal and turned his illusory body into his soul body. Yin Heng, have you seen him before? Yin Heng paused. He did not understand what I Ching meant, but he still looked Song Ren up and down seriously. After a while, he shook his head in confusion. I've never seen this little brother before. Who's your little brother? Song Ren retorted reflexively. He snorted and said, don't try to make connections. Yin Heng was speechless. It was as if this was the first time he had met such a rude person, but he still said in a good mood, I've misspoken but. He turned to look at I Ching and said, I've really never met him before. Why do you ask, fellow Taoist I Ching? You've really never seen me before? Song Ren looked at him suspiciously. His face was full of disdain. Indeed, I've never seen you before. Yin Heng nodded. You're not pretending, are you? Song Ren looked even more suspicious. He turned to I Ching and said, Exalted immortal, sanctimonious mystic cultivators like them are the best at lying. Don't believe them so easily. Yin Heng looked innocent, but he still explained kindly. Fellow Taoist, I've been in seclusion for decades. This is the first time I've come out. I really don't know you. His name is Song Ren. He accidentally forgot something important, I Ching explained. That's why we want to understand what happened. I see. He nodded. Then he thought of something and suggested. Although I don't know him, there are many mystic cultivators here. What's more, most of them travel all over the world. Why don't I go and ask around? I'm sure there will be some results. Would you be so kind? Before I Ching could speak, Song Ren suddenly snorted. Since fellow Taoist Song is a friend of the Exalted Masters, I will naturally do my best to help. You make it sound so nice. Song Ren's expression became more and more irritated. He could not help but feel angry. Who knows what you'll do when you get the chance? You don't have to worry about me. Who knows, you might end up in trouble. Fellow Taoist Song, you don't trust me? You have such a detestable face. Why should I trust you? Even a clay figurine would get angry. Song Ren's words were so rude that Yin Heng could not help but frown. What, you want to kill me to silence me? Song Ren's expression became even more furious. He was trying hard to suppress something. His whole body was tense, as if he was going to rush out the next moment. His whole body seemed like it was going to explode. Rich ghost. Shening suddenly reached out and patted his shoulder. Song Ren was stunned. His body, which was tense just now, suddenly became like a balloon that had been patted. Something inside of him leaked out completely. He turned to look at Shening, stunned. Exalted. Immortal. Speak properly. Song Ren's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. Then, he lowered his head and did not continue speaking. Chapter 387. Song Ren and Yin Hung seemed to be at loggerheads. More accurately, Song Ren disliked Yin Hung. If he did not argue with him every time he met him, he would feel uncomfortable. In the past, Yin Hung was busy making arrangements for the mystic cultivators and did not come to the back hall often. But ever since he started cultivating, he had no choice but to come. His cultivation level was the highest. Naturally, his cultivation technique was different from others. He could only ask Lone Moon and I Ching. He could only go to the back hall again and again. That was why he met Song Ren often. No matter how good Yin Hang's temper was, he was always angered by Song Ren. And Song Ren seemed to like this irritating activity. Even if Yin Hung did not come sometimes, he would purposely go and find some small trouble from time to time. For example, from time to time, he would draw a turtle on his Taoist robe, dig a big hole in his path, break the bed frame when he slept, steal toilet paper when he went to the toilet, and so on. These things were not big, but they all made people go crazy. All the disciples in the sect could hear Yin Hang's exasperated roars from time to time. Song Ren, on the other hand, was enjoying himself. He looked as if he was relieved to see Yin Hung in trouble. Speaking of which, Shening could not help but ask, "How much do you hate light bulbs?" "I don't hate them." Song Ren blinked innocently and said seriously, "Exalted Immortal, don't worry. I'm not such a narrow-minded person." "Oh." Shening tilted her head and pointed at Yin Hung. "Then can you take the kettle away from his head first? You've been watering him for so long. He's a light bulb, not a carrot. What if the electricity leaks?" I Ching. Lone Moon. Yin Hung, who was drenched. "All right, Exalted Immortal." Song Ren put down the kettle in his hand, looking relaxed. Anyway, he had already drenched himself. Yin Hung wiped the water off his face and conjured a dust removal spell that he had just learned. Only then did his soaked clothes dry. As if already used to a certain someone's prank, he turned and bowed to Lone Moon. "Thank you for your guidance, Exalted Master. I understand now. I'll take my leave first and focus on my cultivation." Go. Lone Moon nodded. Only then did he quickly leave the rear hall with the turtles painted in all sorts of postures and colors, as if he was afraid that Song Ren would follow him. Only then did everyone turn to look at a certain ghost. "I didn't do anything." Song Ren hid the kettle behind him and turned to look at the sky. The trio. "Do you think we're blind?" It wasn't that they didn't try to stop Song Ren, but he was especially stubborn when it came to dealing with Yin Hung. It was useless no matter what he said. Even if he was put in confinement, he would actually imitate the other disciples and cultivate as a ghost immortal. Then he would come out and continue messing with people. They could only watch helplessly as he turned from a coward into a mischievous one, and a very bear-like one at that. "You." I Ching glared at him. After a while he sighed and said, "Forget it." He did not know if it was because of the influence of Radish's illusory body, but even his personality was leaning towards it. What's more, there must be a reason why he disliked Yin Hung so much. Although it was true that Yin Hung did not know him, they could be related in other ways. There must be a cause and effect. It would not be good for them to interfere too much. Exalted Immortal. Song Ren suddenly thought of something. His eyes shifted and he walked towards I Ching awkwardly. He lowered his voice and said, "Do you think this illusory body of mine is sick?" I Ching paused and glanced at him. How can an illusory body be sick? It was an immortal object in the first place, not a mortal body. But his expression became even more complicated. As if he was worried about something, he tugged at the corner of his clothes and said, "I feel like my body is different from before. This body was given to me by you. Why don't you examine it for me?" "Huh?" I Ching frowned. Song Ren's soul would produce grievous energy. It would indeed be troublesome for an illusory body to have a problem. So he pointed at Song Ren's brow and retracted his hand after a while. It's fine. How can it be? Song Ren looked shocked. That's impossible. Why don't you take another look? It's really fine. He became even more anxious. He looked at Lone Moon beside him, as if asking for help. Why don't we? If Chef says it's fine, then it's definitely fine. Without waiting for him to speak, Lone Moon said directly, illusory body is a divine technique. He's more knowledgeable about it than I am. But I really... Song Ren's expression became even more strange. His face turned pale, and he looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. What exactly do you want to say? Lone Moon asked. I Ching also saw that his expression was not right. Just say it. Song Ren subconsciously glanced at Shening beside him. Something flashed across his face. He coughed and said, well, can the two exalted immortals step aside and have a word? With that said, without waiting for the two of them to react, he directly pulled one person with each hand and walked out in a hurry. Only a certain person who was chewing on a fruit was left. Shening. Could it be a little secret between men that she could not hear? What exactly is it? I Ching frowned and gave a certain mischievous look at a certain mischievous ghost. Master was too far away. What if he was abducted? Two exalted immortals. Song Ren's expression became even more anxious. There's really something wrong with this illusory body of mine. Especially in the past 2 days, it obviously feels different. How is it different? Song Ren's face was full of confusion. He then opened his mouth and said, replying to exalted immortals, in the past 2 days, my lower body has suddenly felt warm and painful. It's like I want something more. What's the reason? I Ching was stunned. Suddenly he thought of something, and his whole body stiffened. What's the matter, Chef? Lone Moon asked subconsciously. Is his condition very serious? No. The corner of I Ching's mouth twitched. After a while he said, his illusory body is made of radishes dandelion. Dandelion? Radishes. Lone Moon, who understood immediately, also stiffened. Instantly, 2 pairs of eyes swept over a certain unspeakable part of Song Ren. A century-long silence. Well, what's the matter? Song Ren suddenly felt a little cold in his lower body. He subconsciously covered it. Thinking that he could not hide his illness for fear of treatment, he gritted his teeth and said, can't you diagnose it without seeing it for yourself? Why don't I let you take a look? They were all men anyway. With that said, he pulled on the top of his pants and was about to pull it down. Stop. The two of them reached out at the same time and pressed his hand down. We're not that close. Don't learn from Radish on this. Then what should we do? Don't worry, it's fine. I Ching's expression became even more strange. Your illusory body has always been like this. It's very normal. You'll get used to it. That's right, that's right. Lone Moon nodded vigorously. This is a normal phenomenon. But, no buts. We'll just pull it out after a few days. Yes, maybe we can even refine pills for the disciples to eat. Song Ren. Pull it out? Refine pills? Eat. Are you demons? Chapter 388. Ever since the conversation about the illusory body, Song Ren had been quiet for a few days. He was not in the mood to cause trouble for Yin Heng. Instead, he hid the moment he saw I Ching and Lone Moon. He even covered his lower body. That terrified expression made it seem as if they were going to do something to him in the next moment. His eyes were filled with resentment. Hey, what do you mean by that look of yours? Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He could not help but grab him back. Even if that thing of yours grows out, we're not interested, all right? We don't lack it. Don't lack it? Song Ren's eyes widened. What did he mean? Did he pluck a lot of it before? That thing of yours, we have a pile of it in our warehouse. Radish had to pluck it every once in a while. At a pile? Song Ren's eyes were filled with even more fear. Even his legs began to tremble. That's enough. Do you really think we care about that thing of yours? You have a whole warehouse of it, and you still say you don't care? Since it's already grown on your body, you can do whatever you want with it. Whether you give it to someone or refine it into pills, we can't be bothered. But let me remind you, after you pluck it, If you do not preserve it with sorcery, you have to refine it into pills within 3 days. Otherwise, you can't eat the pills you refine. Eat. Plucking and eating. Beast. Songren felt a chill in his lower body. He felt waves of illusory pain. You bunch of devils. With that said, he flung Lomun's hand away and ran out. He did not even notice Yun Heng, who was walking right in front of him. In an instant he disappeared. Lomun. I Ching. Shining. Why are you looking at me? Lomun turned back and glared at the master and disciple. Did I say anything wrong? No. The master and disciple both shook their heads. Pluck rice, cook, you're rich, you're right. 3 exalted masters. Yun Heng, who had just entered, looked confused. Fellow Taoist Song, what's wrong? Maybe it's the rebellious phase? Lomun replied casually. He glanced at him and asked, what's the matter? It was only then that Yun Heng remembered his purpose. He quickly handed the letter in his hand to Lomun and said excitedly, it's like this, exalted master. I've just received an urgent report from the mystic sect. At the border of the north, I've discovered a strange remnant soul. Moreover, it seemed to be heading their way. This disciple was thinking that since everyone has cultivated for so long, could it be possible? You want those people from the sect to deal with the remnant souls? Lomun frowned. Yes. Yun Heng nodded, looking even more excited. Everyone's goal in changing their cultivation was to get rid of deviant ghosts and bring peace to the world. Why don't we take this opportunity to bring everyone along? No. They've just learned how to draw qi into their bodies. They haven't even reached foundation establishment yet. He hadn't even learned many spells, yet he wanted to deal with remnant souls, and a large group of them at that. Are they going to redeem the souls, or send themselves to their deaths? Yun Heng was stumped. He knew that this was a little risky. But, if we leave the remnant souls alone, what if they attack other commoner cities again? What should we do? I'll go with Chef. They were just remnant souls. They must not affect their cultivation of the sword. Yun Heng's expression changed. He looked like he was in a difficult position. A sliver of hesitation flashed across his face. After a while he said, I naturally believe in the abilities of the 2 exalted masters. It's just that everyone has been cultivating for a period of time. Although exalted master taught us everything, and the disciples were impressed. But after all, we haven't really fought each other. As time passes, he stopped halfway through his sentence. His face looked worried and guilty at the same time. Lomun was stunned for a moment. Then he understood what he meant. He had indeed neglected a problem. The human heart. Previously, they made such a high-profile appearance, and even specially prepared an immortal palace to raise their profile. That was to make this completely devoid of cultivators believe that immortal cultivation did indeed exist. And these few months, everyone had indeed been won over by drawing qi into their bodies and all kinds of sword techniques. But all this was built on the assumption that cultivation would allow them to better deal with deviant ghosts. They had never seen it with their own eyes. In other words, everything was still in the theoretical stage. They had been building a cart behind closed doors, without actually putting it into action. It was fine at the beginning, but as time passed, everyone might start to suspect something. When that happened, the hearts of the people would not be united. That would definitely affect their cultivation. I understand. Lomun nodded. It was indeed time to bring them out to see the world. Later, ask Siyi to choose a few people who are familiar with using spirit qi. Together with you, they will follow us to the north. Yes, exalted master. Yun Heng heaved a sigh of relief and turned to leave. Siyi chose 7 people. Most of them were at the 6th or 7th stage of qi refinement. They were all very young. Their bone ages ranged from 10 to 20 years old. Thinking about it carefully, it was normal. The younger they were, the less impurities in their bodies. Naturally, their spirit qi would flow more smoothly. Lomun had never thought of letting them become his helpers. They were only following to test out the effects of cultivation. In other words, they were going to use it to advertise. Thus, he gave them a few simple instructions. Then, he summoned his flying Dharma artifact and flew towards the north that Yun Heng had mentioned. Everyone was obviously excited, especially when they saw the wooden boat that Lone Moon had casually thrown out. Instantly, it turned into a spirit boat and carried everyone up into the sky. They were stunned for a full 15 minutes before they dared to move around on the spirit boat. Their eyes were shining brightly, considering that they were all Qi refinement disciples. If they flew too fast, they might not be able to withstand the spiritual pressure on the spirit boat. Lone Moon had no choice but to slow down. The group of 10 flew for an entire day before they reached the north. From afar, they could see a desolate land. The ground looked as if it had been roasted by fire. It was pitch black and charred. Looking around, there was not a single bit of green. It looked especially bleak. Lone Moon used his divine perception to scan the area. Then, he steered the spirit boat towards the west, where the Yin Qi was the thickest. The further they flew, the darker the sky became. In a short while, even though it was a bright sunny day, everything around them had turned gray. They could faintly hear the shrill cries of ghosts in front of them. It was especially piercing. It's deviant ghosts. The deviant ghosts are right in front of us. A disciple shouted. Lone Moon landed directly and kept the spirit boat. It was already very dark around them. A large amount of bone-chilling Yin Qi swept towards the crowd, blotting out the sky. The ghostly cries seemed to be right beside their ears. They were even clearer now. Everyone panicked. One by one, they took out their swords and looked in front of them with some trepidation and fear. Calm down. Lone Moon turned back and reminded them. Follow the way you usually practice using your spirit Qi. Activate your spirit Qi. Everyone was stunned. One by one, they followed his instructions. Indeed, in the next moment, the bone-chilling Yin Qi dissipated completely. Their bodies quickly warmed up. Their bodies seemed to have an additional layer of protection. The Yin Qi was directly blocked. Chapter 389. It's useful. Everyone's fear was swept away, and their eyes were filled with excitement. In the past, they had to use countless talismans to expel the Yin Qi. But just now, they had just circulated their spiritual Qi, and they could not feel it at all. With spirit Qi protecting your body, ghosts and spirits won't be able to harm you. Lone Moon explained. As long as you release your spirit Qi, those remnant souls won't be able to hurt you. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone became even more excited. In the next moment, the huge group of remnant souls was already flying towards them. Along with a series of shrill ghost cries, a group of inky black things surged toward them. One could even faintly see a terrifying shadow within them. Looking at the number of remnant souls, it seemed to be even more than the previous wave of attacks. I Ching frowned and stepped forward, about to conjure a seal. Wait! Lone Moon suddenly pulled him back and turned to face Yin Heng. Let him come. Yin Heng paused. Even the golden light of merit on his body shook. His eyes widened in disbelief. Did he hear wrongly? Yes. Lone Moon nodded. Since they were going to advertise, they naturally had to find someone to support them. Didn't I teach you about the reincarnation array? The corner of Yin Heng's mouth twitched. But you just taught me yesterday? He had not even started practicing. Did he have to be so fast? All the best. Lone Moon patted him on the shoulder. You have the highest cultivation level out of everyone here. I have high hopes for you. Are you sure you're not trying to trick me? Those remnant souls had already pounced over, and the light around them was instantly swallowed up. It was as if they were immersed in ink, and a series of ear-piercing ghost cries cut through their eardrums like knives. The hearts of all the disciples tightened, but they found that there was no damage to their bodies. It was just as Lone Moon had said. With the protection of spirit Qi, ghosts and spirits could not invade. Yin Heng gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to bite the bullet. Recalling the spell that Lone Moon had taught her yesterday, she used all the spirit Qi in her body to form a seal, and recited a series of complicated spells. In an instant, a golden light flashed in his hand, and a familiar formation appeared under his feet. However, it only flashed for a moment before disappearing again. Yin Heng took a deep breath, conjured another seal, and recited once more. However, just like the last time, the array formation collapsed as soon as it appeared. He tried 4 to 5 times without success, and his forehead was covered in sweat. Maintain the balance of the formation's spirit chi. I Ching couldn't stand it anymore and reminded her. If they wasted any more time, they wouldn't be able to make it back in time to make dinner for Master. Yin Hung paused. His eyes brightened, as if he had figured something out. Thank you, exalted Master, for your guidance. Then, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to visualize the formation in his mind. Then, he circulated his spiritual chi, and began to form hand seals inch by inch, chanting an incantation. The next moment, the formation finally took shape, and it grew larger and larger. In just a short while, it had spread to everyone's feet. The yin chi in the surroundings dissipated, and the phantoms that had been attacking everyone slowly calmed down, turning back into white transparent figures. Their expressions also became serene. A moment later, it turned into wisps of green smoke and disappeared. After all, Yin Hung was only a soul formation cultivator. Naturally, his spirit power could not compare to I Ching's. In addition, there were more remnant souls this time around. He had to divide them 6 times before he could send all the remnant souls into the river of forgetfulness. Since it was his first time setting up an array, and he wasn't very familiar with the control of his spiritual energy, he had almost used up all the spiritual energy in his body after just a few large-scale reincarnation arrays. He placed his hands on his knees and took a few deep breaths. But his expression was one of excitement that he had never shown before. He even looked like he wanted to do it again. For the first time, he understood that remnant souls could be handled like this. It was different from the heavy and repressed feeling he had when he saw mystic cultivators dealing with deviant ghosts in the past. This time, he could clearly feel that those remnant souls had really returned to where they belonged. Even though his spiritual energy was almost depleted, he felt a sense of satisfaction and peace of mind that he had never felt before. It was as if he was not watching the remnant souls disappear, but witnessing their rebirth. This was the true rebirth. The other disciples also looked excited and in disbelief. Looking at the surroundings that had brightened up again, their eyes were filled with starlight. In the past, hundreds or even thousands of mystic cultivators were needed to deal with deviant ghosts. Now only one person was needed. What's more, in less than 5 minutes, they were completely dealt with without any casualties. So, the so-called cultivators were this powerful. If they continued to cultivate like this, they would not have to worry about not dealing with deviant ghosts. World peace was just around the corner. In fact, perhaps it was not impossible to ascend to immortality that the exalted masters talked about. For a moment, all the disciples present were silent in the shock just now, but Lo Moon frowned. He turned to look at the north, which was still filled with yin chi. Over there, go back? I Ching asked. Then he added, it's night. I'm going back to cook. The corner of Lo Moon's mouth twitched. You make it sound like you did not prepare food for a certain foodie. He took out the small wooden boat from just now and threw it into the air. With a spell in his hand, it turned into a huge spirit boat. Everyone get on the boat. Let's go back. Yes, exalted master. Everyone answered respectfully. Then, they walked towards the spirit boat excitedly. I Ching was about to get on the boat too. Suddenly, he felt a chill behind him. A wind blew past his ears. He was startled, and a sword chi slashed behind him. In the next moment there was a loud bang. A crack appeared on the ground instantly, but it did not hit anything. In an instant a gray aura filled the sky. It rushed towards the people on the spirit boat with a violent aura. Grievance. Lo Moon was shocked. Their spirit chi could block the yin chi, but it could not block the grievance. Seeing that the grievance was about to swallow them up, an array formed in his hand. A golden light enveloped everyone on the spirit boat, blocking the grievance that filled the sky. Heaven Master Yin Hung. A disciple on the boat suddenly cried out. Lo Moon's heart sank. He turned and realized that Yin Hung had not gotten on the boat yet, and the grievance had completely wrapped him up. He waved his hand, and a sword chi flew in that direction. His original intention was to disperse the grievance. But before the sword chi landed, the grievance suddenly disappeared, along with Yin Hung who was inside. What happened? Where did he go? Over there. I Ching turned to look towards the north. He immediately rode on his sword and chased after him. Lone Moon frowned. Once again, he strengthened a few layers of array formations around the spirit boat. We're going to save people. You guys go back first. With that said, he waved his hand. The entire spirit boat flew up and flew in the direction of the sect. He summoned his spirit sword. Just as he was about to ride on his sword to chase after I Ching, a red light suddenly lit up beside him. Something trembled at his waist. It was the transmission talisman he had left for Siyu. He quickly took it out and sent a bit of spirit chi into it. In the next moment, Siyu's image appeared above the talisman, her face full of anxiety. Elder Lone Moon, bad news. Sect Master is missing. What? W. Chapter 390. What's going on? Lone Moon's expression was one of rage. Indeed, they would get lost the moment they were not looking. Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on that person with no sense of direction? What did you do? No. Siyu became even more anxious. We were indeed keeping an eye on Sect Master. But Sect Master just disappeared right in front of our eyes. Disappeared? He frowned. After a long while he said, "All right, I got it. Keep an eye on the disciples in the sect. Chef and I will be back in a while." Yes. Lone Moon put away the transmission talisman. His frown deepened. Although Shunning was not reliable, she could not have left on her own after promising them to stay put. What's more, Siyu's words suggested that something must have happened to her. Lone Moon pondered for a moment and hurriedly rode his sword in the direction of Chef. Chef did not go far. In less than a quarter of an hour, he saw Shunning. Yun Heng, who had disappeared into the grievous aura, was also intercepted by him. He was now setting up a sword array to trap the grievous aura that was trying to escape. He seemed to want to dispel the grievous aura, and was casting a spell. Chef. Lone Moon hurriedly landed and said, "Shunning disappeared." What? I Ching turned around abruptly. Sword intent exploded from his body. Even the spirit sword that had been well controlled in the air fell with a swoosh. Aoo! The person who had just been wrapped in resentment let out a pained cry as he was struck by the sword, which directly stabbed into his leg. The resentment that could not be dispersed for a long time was instantly sliced clean by the soaring sword chi. Yun Heng, who was in so much pain that he was gasping for breath. Ow 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 ow. What's wrong with Master? I Ching asked Lone Moon anxiously. I'm not sure yet. Siyu said that she suddenly disappeared in front of us. Lone Moon shook his head. I Ching's expression darkened. His entire body was filled with cold chi. Why was there always a little bitch trying to steal Master from him? Let's go back. With that he mounted his sword. Wait. Lone Moon pulled him back. Don't rush. You know Shunning. If she doesn't want to, no one can move her. She disappeared in such a strange manner. The only possibility is that she discovered something. I Ching frowned. He calmed down and thought for a moment before saying, "The only strange thing about this realm are those deviant ghosts. Could it be that Master's disappearance has something to do with them?" Lone Moon also thought of this point. The remnant souls in this small world are indeed shocking. Father Nyo, Master has a communication talisman on her. Can you contact her? Even a communication amulet won't work on her with that shielding attribute of hers. It's not like I haven't tried it before. Any communication amulet. Wait. He suddenly thought of something and looked at the wristband on his hand. His eyes lit up. I remember that there's a work report function in this wristband. I can contact the manager directly. As he spoke, he immediately tapped on the wristband on his wrist. At least he did not waste a month of reading the user manual. A moment later, a light screen popped up. Shunning, who was sitting on something and eating snacks like a hamster, appeared on the light screen. I Ching. Lone Moon. Sure enough, his worries were unnecessary. As Chef Father Nyo? Shenying's hand paused. She stuffed the last piece of snack into her mouth, and then clapped her hands. Why is it you guys? The communication device suddenly rang. She was shocked. She thought it was Big Sis. Master, are you all right? I Ching asked anxiously. I'm fine. She tilted her head. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. Where are you? He looked closely around her, but could only see a patch of gray. He could not tell where she was. I don't know. Shening shook her head. I've never been to this place. Stay where you are and don't move. We'll come to find you immediately. Lone Moon did not expect this directionless person to tell him the direction. He directly operated on the light screen to check for her location. As he operated, he also gave Chef a look. The two of them summoned their spirit swords at the same time. They were about to set off to find her. 2. Exalted Masters. A slightly weak voice suddenly sounded behind them. Yun Hung, who could finally speak, raised a hand weakly. I'm here too. Did you forget something? For example, him. The two of them paused. Shit. They really did forget. I Ching then walked over quickly. He scanned him from head to toe, especially the spirit sword stuck in his leg. He frowned and casually pulled it out. Then, he conjured a seal to heal the wound on his leg. With a look of disapproval, he reminded, your swordsmanship is not good enough. Don't casually summon a spirit sword to play with. Yin Hung. Winky face play? Who was the one who stuck this sword in? Father Neo, where's Master? I Ching directly lifted Yun Hung onto his own sword and turned to look at Lone Moon. A line of red words suddenly popped up on Lone Moon's light screen. Insufficient authority. Unable to search. Shit. Lone Moon suddenly wanted to spit out a mouthful of old blood. What the hell was this authority? He could only give up on locating Shening. He directly asked the person in front of him. Shening, describe what's around you. Shening opened her mouth and said, smog. It's quite serious. Nonsense. Don't use such a general description. Do you think this is the imperial capital? Say something with a signature. Oh. Shening finally looked around and said lazily, I'm sitting on a rock. There's a tree beside me. The kind without leaves. What else? The temperature here is a little low. There's a lot of noise from afar. She suddenly tilted her head and said, there seems to be a few figures in front. They've been standing there like idiots for a long time. Who are they? What kind of clothes are they wearing? I can't see clearly. I already said there's smog. Visibility is very low. Then why don't you walk over and take a look? So troublesome. Shut up. The anger that Lone Moon had been suppressing for a long time suddenly exploded. Who am I doing this for? Besides you, Father. Neo. Before he could finish, I Ching suddenly tapped his shoulder. What? I Ching's expression was a little strange. I might know where Master is. What? Lone Moon was shocked. Where is she? How did you find her? The corner of I Ching's mouth twitched. His expression became even more strange. After a while, he raised his hand and pointed in front of him. There. Subconsciously, he looked in the direction that Shening was pointing. But the yin qi around them was too heavy. All he could see was a gray land. I Ching conjured a wind seal out of goodwill. Instantly, a gust of wind swept past, blowing away the thick yin qi in front of him. A few hundred meters away, a familiar figure was sitting on a large black rock with his legs crossed, swaying back and forth. Lone Moon felt something in his mind. Suddenly it snapped. An angry roar rang through the clouds. Shun. Ing. Would it kill you to make a F***king sound? She did it on purpose. She definitely did it. Wait a minute. What did she say just now? There were rocks and trees around them. And there were 3 idiots standing in front of them. Flip's table. For all. Tell me clearly. Who's the idiot? Chapter 391. 5 minutes later. Why are you here? Lone Moon suppressed the urge to beat her up and scanned her from head to toe. She was perfectly fine. See, you had only spoken to him for less than 10 minutes. But she suddenly appeared here thousands of miles away. Oh, someone dragged me here. Shening tilted her head. Who? Shening paused and turned to look at Yin Hung beside her. She took a bite of the fruit that Chef handed to her and said, maybe, it's Rich Ghost? Rich. Song Run. Lone Moon was shocked. Wasn't he called Mischievous Ghost? Why did he bring you here? Song Ren was a ghost and he carried grievous energy. Chef said before that his grievous energy was easily influenced by remnant souls. The last time the remnant souls attacked the city, his grievous energy exploded once. I don't know. Shening shook her head. Then where is he? I don't know. Shening continued to shake her head. Holy shit, you don't know anything, but you came here so obediently? Where's your intelligence? Did I eat all of it? Shenning shook her hands. After a while she said, isn't he moldy again? I can't just ignore him. Didn't she just miss him? Moldy? What did she mean? Lone Moon was confused. I Ching beside him thought of something and asked, Master is saying. Song Ren's grievous energy exploded again. Chef frowned. He thought about how Yin Heng's grievous energy disappeared suddenly. That meant that Master suddenly appeared here, because of grievous energy too. And from this distance, Song Ren's grievous energy seemed even thicker than before. But why didn't Song Ren's grievous energy have this ability to pull people over from thousands of miles away? Unless it was because of this place. He looked at the surging yin qi around them, and turned to the person beside him. Yin Heng, what kind of place is this northern land? Why is the yin qi still not dissipating even though the remnant souls have entered samsara? Yin Heng paused and answered honestly. Well, I don't know the exact reason. It's just that it's been like this since ancient times. It's said that because it's located in a cold area, it easily attracts evil spirits. That's why the yin qi never dissipates. Originally, the northern region wasn't this big, but as time passed, the yin qi became denser and denser, and the number of evil spirits also increased. By the way, he suddenly thought of something and continued. Legend has it that most of the evil spirits here didn't eat people, just that a few hundred years ago, man-eating deviant ghosts suddenly appeared. Pu Xian ancestor then created Xianmen, and completely drove them to this place. He sighed, and a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. After a while he continued. But after that, more and more deviant ghosts appeared, and the area of the northern region became larger and larger. In the end it became like this. Why are you suddenly asking this? Lone Moon could not help but ask. What are you thinking about? I Ching frowned and explained his guess. If those deviant ghosts can affect Song Ren, then the grievous energy in his body. It might have something to do with the northern region. Lone Moon understood as well. He turned to look at Yin Heng. Where was the place in the north that attracted the evil ghosts and spirits in the beginning? It's in the deepest part of the north. Yin Heng pointed ahead. Lone Moon and I Ching exchanged a look and nodded in unison. Let's go take a look. Whether it was to find out the truth, or to find that mischievous ghost. The direction that Yin Heng pointed was where the yin qi was the thickest. I Ching brought Shenning with him, and Lone Moon pulled Yin Heng with him. They directly flew in on their swords. The deeper they flew, the darker their surroundings became. The yin qi was shockingly thick, and they could even faintly see one or two remnant souls floating past. They were clearly in the human realm, but it felt like they were in the underworld. In fact, the yin qi here was even thicker than in the underworld. Lone Moon's heart sank. Why was there such a place in the human realm? What was going on? Before he could think about it, he suddenly felt the weight on his back lighten. Aya! He did not know if he was not used to it, but Yin Heng, who was originally standing on his sword, suddenly screamed and suddenly fell headfirst. Before Lone Moon could react, he had already fallen to the ground. Fortunately, he did not fly too high. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. How could he fall from his sword? This fellow was definitely the most embarrassing soul formation cultivator he had ever seen. Hey, are you alright? I'm fine. Yin Heng rubbed his face and crawled up from the ground. A look of confusion flashed across his eyes. If you can't stand properly, just tell me. I'll set up an array. Exalted Master, it's not that. Yin Heng shook his head. Just now, I think someone pushed me. What? Lone Moon was stunned. Just as he was about to go down to pick him up, he saw that there was a sudden movement under his feet. Be careful. He immediately produced a stream of spirit qi, which directly tied up the person on the ground and pulled him up. The next moment, there was a series of swishing sounds. Suddenly, rows of densely packed thorns appeared where he was just standing. Each of them emanated a cold yin qi that could easily repel any kind of spirit qi. Yin Heng was shocked, and his whole body froze. If Lone Moon had been one step slower just now, he would have been pierced into a skewer by now. There are no fluctuations of array formations here. I Ching used his divine perception to scan the area and shook his head. There are no strange auras either. Lone Moon frowned. So this was just a simple mechanism? And Yun Heng was so unlucky to encounter it. Lone Moon did not pay much attention to it at first. But then, the deeper they flew, Yun Heng seemed to be possessed by the god of misfortune. Wherever he went, he was met with misfortune. One moment he fell into the mud. The next moment he crashed into the stone walls. The next moment, he was burned by deviant flames that fell from the sky. Even the remnant souls that floated around occasionally, completely unconscious, would suddenly turn around and kill him, giving him a shock. If not for Lone Moon keeping a close eye on him, he would have fallen to his death countless times. The most important thing was that these disasters seemed to only target him. The other three were completely fine. Not even a single strand of their hair was messed up. Until he fell from the sword for the 101st time. Lone Moon subconsciously conjured a seal to catch the person in midair. It was almost a conditioned reflex to save him. He was just about to pull him up. Beside him, Chef's expression suddenly changed. Father Niu. In the next moment, several streaks of sword chi were thrown in the direction of the two. Only a few clanging sounds could be heard. Something was bounced off by the sword chi. Lone Moon took a closer look and realized that there was suddenly a lot of black gas around them. It was attacking the few of them with a somewhat violent aura. Grievous energy again. Because the yin chi was too thick, he actually did not notice it at first. His heart sank. Instantly, he set up an array around the few of them. Compared to the attack that only targeted Yun Heng just now, this grievous energy was obviously not different. There was more and more grievous energy around them. Faintly, they could also hear the shrill cries of ghosts. Quick, look down! Yun Heng, who was pulled back by Lone Moon, pointed to the ground with a pale face. The few of them looked down. They saw that in the originally charred wasteland, a large number of illusory figures suddenly floated out continuously. Their appearances were each more horrifying than the last. Remnant souls, I Ching exclaimed. Chapter 392. Why did so many remnant souls suddenly appear underground? They had only seen one or two along the way. It looked like they were being summoned by the grievous energy. More and more remnant souls emerged from the ground, even more than the previous 2 times. What's more, there were more and more. The ghostly cries were so shrill that it seemed like they were going to pierce their ears. Yun Heng's body swayed. He looked like he could not hold on any longer. Lone Moon immediately conjured a seal, isolating the sound. Thank you, exalted master. Yun Heng's face finally looked better. He looked at the increasing number of remnant souls in front of him, and took a deep breath. I will set up an array now and send them into samsara. Wait. He was just about to conjure a seal when Lone Moon stopped him. There are too many of them. You can't handle them. He did not need you to advertise. He directly carried Yun Heng behind his sword, and conjured a seal with both hands. In the next moment, a huge reincarnation array appeared under his feet, instantly extending for several kilometers. The yin chi around them dissipated. All the hideous remnant souls slowly became peaceful again. But they did not disappear. Instead, the yin chi surged up again, and they became hideous again. Lone Moon was stunned. What's going on? There was nothing wrong with the array. I Ching, however, was stunned. Could it be? He directly activated his assistant's authority and looked around. His eyes widened. The river of forgetfulness is gone. What? Lone Moon was shocked. He subconsciously sensed his assistant's seal. Nothing changed in front of him. It was pitch black everywhere. There was indeed no sign of the river of forgetfulness. Could it be that there are blind spots in the river of forgetfulness? But there were none here. I think. Shunning suddenly raised her hand and said, maybe you should use a wide angle. What? The two of them paused. After a while they understood. They released their divine perception and scanned the distance. In the next moment their expressions froze. Holy shit. What the hell? They saw that in a 500-kilometer radius, there were golden rivers everywhere. But those rivers did not flow smoothly from top to bottom. Instead, it was as if it had been cut into countless segments, becoming segments of different lengths. Moreover, they were floating everywhere. Some were on the ground, some were floating in midair, some were standing upright like pillars, and some were twisting like fried dough twists. This didn't look like the river of forgetfulness at all. It looked more like a jigsaw puzzle that was missing many pieces. What's going on here? Lo Moon looked confused. He had never seen such a chaotic river of forgetfulness. Was Shorty on strike? With such a chaotic river of forgetfulness, even if he wanted to restore it, he wouldn't know where to start. Perhaps there will be an answer there. I Ching suddenly pointed to a place in front of them, where golden light flashed. Lone Moon looked at it seriously, and realized that it was the source of all the chaotic river of forgetfulness. It should be a part of the main branch of the river of forgetfulness that flowed into this small world. It was also the deepest part of the northern region that Yun Heng had mentioned. Chef, you lead the way. Let's take a look. Lo Moon said. I Ching nodded and summoned his sword will. With a dragon's roar, a huge white dragon made of sword chi appeared. It broke through the thick grievous energy and the densely packed remnant souls, clearing a path for them. Only then did the few of them fly out and go straight into the depths. They were very fast. In less than a moment, they arrived at the place where the golden light of the river of forgetfulness was the brightest. They landed and looked around. Apart from the fact that the yin qi was a little thicker, they didn't find anything unusual. Shening. Lone Moon nudged the person beside him. Do you see anything wrong? Why did she feel that something was wrong? Oh, this place should be. She stopped mid-sentence. An inexplicable emotion flashed across her eyes. She tilted her head and said, I don't know. What the hell was shouldn't know? You freaking know. Father Neo, I believe you. She made a heart gesture. Get lost. Lone Moon glared at her. He thought for a moment and brought up a light screen. He recalled the contents of the instruction manual that was hundreds of gigabytes long. Then he started to operate it slowly. A moment later, rows of data appeared on the screen. He took out a notebook and looked at the notes as he compared them. The more he looked, the darker his expression became. His brows were almost knitted together. Why is the data of this place so messy? What's going on? I Ching asked. This place is different from other places. The data seems to be inverted. If he remembered correctly, I Ching stared blankly. I Ching was stunned. He didn't quite understand what the data meant. He closed his eyes and released his divine perception to sense the aura around him. After a while, his eyes widened in surprise. All kinds of auras are intertwined here, including spirit chi. By right, spirit chi and yin chi and ghost chi were mutually exclusive. In such a heavy yin chi, there shouldn't be spirit chi. But not only was there seemed to be immortal chi mixed in. Two exalted masters, what do you mean? Yun Heng was confused. He took a step forward and was about to ask in detail when his bad luck kicked in. He suddenly tripped and fell forward. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Shening, who was standing the furthest away, suddenly appeared beside him and pulled him up. Light bulb, don't smash it. It'll break. Ha! Before Yun Heng could react, he heard a crack under his feet. There was the sound of something cracking. Suddenly, a white light shone from a meter away from his side, which was also the place where he was about to fall. It seemed to tear apart the darkness around them. It became brighter and brighter. In an instant it surrounded the four of them. Shening sighed softly. Aya. There was a misty white light around them. In front of them, there was a faint image of an immortal mountain. Illusion. Lone Moon recognized this sorcery immediately. He subconsciously conjured a seal to break this illusion. Wait! I Ching stopped him. He looked around and said, There's no killing intent in this illusion. It doesn't seem like it's trying to trap us. Instead, it seemed like it was trying to tell them something. Lo Moon then put down his hand. After some thought, he conjured several streams of spirit chi and wrapped them around their wrists to prevent them from getting separated. Especially a certain person who had a terrible sense of direction. He purposely made 2 more rounds. In a short while, the white light in front of them finally dissipated. They were suddenly in another world. The scene in front of them became clearer. When they saw everything in front of them, their eyes narrowed. Holy shit! This was a place with thick spirit chi. There were spirit herbs and spirit plants everywhere. There were floating peaks filled with spirit chi in the air. However, in the middle of those floating peaks, there was a huge hole. The sky seemed to have been smashed open. Everything around them was being sucked in crazily. It was as if the whole world was going to be swallowed up. Lone Moon and I Ching's heart sank. They cried out in surprise at the same time. Plane crack. There's also a storm. Shenning suddenly added slowly. Chapter 393. What? Lone Moon's heart tightened. So this was a plane storm. He had heard Kai Tian mention before that plane storms were scarier than plane cracks. If they were not dealt with in time, they would grow bigger and bigger until they affected the entire plane. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and fix it. Father Neo, this is an illusion. I Ching reminded him. Lone Moon stopped in his tracks. Shit, he almost forgot. Wait. If these were all illusions in the illusion, how can an illusion of a plane storm be created here? By right, the things that appeared in the illusion were set up by the person who set up the array to confuse people. But only the three of them, and Mengpa knew about planes. How could the other party set up an illusion of a real plane storm, just based on imagination? Unless the other party had really seen it before. So, this planar storm isn't fake. It happened here before. I Ching thought of this as well. His heart sank as he looked at the black hole in the sky seriously. A plane storm actually appeared in this small world before. How was it dealt with? Before he could think about it, an anxious voice came from behind him. Uncle Master. In the next moment, two figures flew over, one in front and one behind. As if they could not see them, they flew past them. Their cultivation levels were not low. They stopped about 10 meters in front of them. Uncle Master, it's too dangerous here. Let's go back and inform Sect Master and the others first. The man on the left looked at the hole in the sky and suggested anxiously. It's too late. The other person shook his head. If we don't block this hole, it will get bigger and bigger. It will drag the entire world in. But, Disciple Nephew Chui, hurry and inform the sect. Evacuate the residents within a radius of 50 kilometers. I'll go block it first. With that said, the person turned and flew in the direction of the plane storm. Uncle Master. The other person clenched his fists by his side. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and go back to inform the sect. The person stopped about 10 meters away from the storm. He steadied himself and began to conjure a seal with his hands. In an instant, a huge array appeared in front of him and flew towards the hole. It seemed to be trying to seal the hole that kept swallowing everything around it. However, it was a planar storm after all. How could he deal with it? The array formation collapsed in less than a second. That person changed a few more array formations, but none of them worked. Instead, it caused the hole in the sky to grow larger and larger. Although he knew that these were probably images that had already happened, Lone Moon could not help but be curious about how this plane storm was resolved by him. Sure enough, after a short while, when the man had tried dozens of spells to no avail, he clenched his fists and stood in the air for a while. Suddenly, as if he had made up his mind about something, he clenched his teeth and summoned a spirit sword, and directly stabbed it into his chest. Holy shit! Lone Moon was shocked by his sudden move. Was he going to give up because he couldn't make up for it? However, in the next moment, the blood in his chest suddenly gushed out like a fountain, as if it was drawn by something. In an instant, it gathered into a huge blood array. Only when the last drop of blood flowed out did his figure fall, but a translucent phantom floated out from his body. He still maintained the posture of forming the seal. This was dual cultivation of soul and magic. Amazing! The array was activated, and red light filled the sky. The white shadow in the sky full of red light formed a strange scene. Even the pitch-black plane gap behind them was reflected in a sea of red. Lone Moon's eyes widened, and he looked in disbelief at the person who had stabbed him without hesitation. He was going to sacrifice his soul. Wasn't this a little too desperate? In order to block that hole, he was sacrificing his own soul. But that was a plane storm. Even so, he might not be able to look at the river of forgetfulness. I Ching suddenly reminded. Lone Moon was stunned, and subconsciously looked down. The river of forgetfulness in the illusion was normal. But the moment the array was activated, the originally calm surface of the river suddenly began to move violently. It constantly set off layers of golden waves and finally, as if it was drawn by something, it turned into countless golden lights and gathered towards the array. In a short while, the originally red sacrifice soul array turned into a sheet of golden light and flew towards that hole. He wants to use the power of the river of forgetfulness to block that hole. Lone Moon finally understood his plan. But only Mengpa could control the river of forgetfulness. No wonder he wanted to sacrifice his own soul. But even so, he was afraid that the blood array that had turned golden had already completely covered the hole in the sky, but it still did not completely block it. Instead, the suction from inside that swallowed everything became stronger and stronger, and even the array was beginning to distort. That person's soul was already becoming fainter and fainter, and could not hold on for much longer. He gritted his teeth, and his hand seal changed. As the earth shook, the river of forgetfulness below was suddenly cut off, and slowly rose into the sky, and surged directly into the array. Finally, the hole in the plain storm began to shrink, and the pitch-black hole slowly closed in towards the center. But that person was already at his limit, and his figure was about to disappear. If this went on, before the hole was sealed, the entire array would collapse. At this critical moment, suddenly there was a cry from below. Help! Perhaps because of the movement of the array just now, a figure in green suddenly entered the gravitational range of the plain storm, and was hugging a tree with all his might, trying to climb out. The person in the sky could no longer hold on, and a trace of pain flashed across his eyes. As if he had made a decision, he directly sent a ray of spirit chi over, and pulled that person over. Huh. The person who was pulled over suddenly paused. Thank you, you're saving. I'm sorry. Before the other person could finish speaking, that person suddenly closed his eyes, as if he could not bear to watch, and sent a ray of spirit chi towards the other person's heart. The other person did not even have time to react, and his soul was directly shaken out. That person's hand turned, and the other person's soul immediately turned into spots of fluorescent light, and entered his almost transparent body. After fusing with the other person's soul, his virtual shadow finally became a little more solid. He continued to make seals, and the array once again shone with golden light. The hole that had already shrunk closed even faster. In less than 7 minutes, the hole in the plain storm that could swallow the heavens and the earth finally disappeared. And the soul of that person who set up the array was already so thin that it could not be seen. Finally, with a ding, it turned into spots of fluorescent light, one on the left, one on the right, and directly returned to the river of forgetfulness below. I Ching, Lone Moon, Yin Hung. Did they just witness a tragic salvation of the world? The few people who were watching the show were silent for a while. Before they could sort out their emotions, the scene in front of them changed again. Chapter 394. Compared to the immortal mountain and blessed land from before, the image now was clearly that of the mortal realm. The people walking around were all mortals without spirit chi. This seemed to be a family. Although it was not a wealthy family, it looked like a family that did not have to worry about food and clothing. A young child ran past him giggling. He looked very unfamiliar, but at first glance, the few of them inexplicably recognized that this person in front of them was the green-robed man, who had almost been swept into the plain storm, and had his soul sacrificed by the cultivator who had saved the world. So this was his reincarnation after his soul was repaired by the power of samsara? The few of them were stunned, and became even more confused. They could not understand the purpose of this illusion, and could only continue watching. However, what happened next in the illusion caused them to have mixed feelings. The green-robed man was called Wen Tianyu in this life, and he was the son of a merchant. His biggest wish in life was to earn enough money and marry the most beautiful girl in the city. From the age of 10, every bit of money he earned, he would bury it in a jar like it was a treasure. And he did have the talent to earn money. Before the age of 20, he already owned an entire street of shops in the city, and became the richest man in the city. Everything was perfect. But on the day he was about to marry the girl he loved, everything came to an abrupt end. Someone had come to the city, and it was an immortal who had descended from the sky. They said that when Tianyu was a person with great opportunities, and that one day he would achieve enlightenment and ascend. Tianyu did not want to go, nor did he want to cultivate. But his parents said that this was his fate. His friends said that he had good luck, and even the girl he liked said that he was an extraordinary person. Everyone felt that he should walk the path of immortality. Tianyu had no choice but to go. The number one genius of the immortal sect, Supremacy Wending, wanted to take him as a disciple and promised that he would be his only disciple. All the cultivators were envious of his good luck, but he was not willing at all. He did not know why, but he inexplicably did not like that person. He even wanted to stay away from him when he saw him. He had a feeling that something bad would happen. He did not expect that this feeling would become reality a few months later. A huge black hole suddenly appeared in the sky. Only Honorable Wending's array could block that hole. Otherwise, the whole world would be destroyed. However, this array formation required the sacrifice of a soul. Unfortunately, his soul alone was not enough to activate the array formation. He needed to find someone with a similar soul to him to sacrifice to the array formation. Only then could the array formation be activated. When Tianyu was that person, he suddenly understood why everyone insisted on him cultivating, even though he had a trash spirit root. But he didn't want to die. He was afraid. He wanted to escape. He didn't want his soul to scatter. But he didn't have the chance. His escape plan had been seen through. In a single night, the expressions of his fellow disciples, who were originally kind and protective of him, had all changed. All of them were scolding him for being selfish, for not recognizing the greater good, and for being ungrateful. The sect leader said, "We are cultivators, and we should protect the righteousness of the world. How can you abandon the lives of the world for your own selfishness?" His fellow disciples said, "I thought that even if you had poor aptitude, the Venerable One would still take a liking to you. I didn't expect that. I was wrong about you." Cultivators from other sects said, "You are also one of the living beings in this world. How can you bear to see the lives in misery? Once you leave, you will destroy this world." His parents said, The immortal elders are right. How can you be so selfish? Since you are already an immortal cultivator, you should be like Venerable Wending and disregard life and death." The girl he liked said, "How can you be like this? You are no longer the brother Tianyu that I know." Everyone told him that he shouldn't escape. Everyone told him that he should sacrifice to the array formation. Everyone told him that he had to die, but he didn't want to. He named himself Tianyu, but the heavens seemed to no longer protect him. In the end, he was still pushed onto the altar. He watched as his best friend pushed the spirit sword into his chest. He watched as his blood flowed out bit by bit and gathered to form the array formation. He watched as his soul slowly dissipated, but he couldn't resist at all. Until the moment before he disappeared, he heard the familiar voice of Venerable Wending, who was also about to dissipate. "I'm sorry." His remnant soul, which had originally turned into a fluorescent light, was instantly filled with resentment. But both of them returned to the river of forgetfulness. Then came the third life, because his remnant soul was reincarnated with resentment, when Tianyu unexpectedly had the memories of his previous life. His monstrous hatred made him fall into the demonic path since he was young. He was determined to kill all the cultivators in the world to avenge himself. He practiced the most dangerous forbidden technique and the most vicious mental cultivation method. He suffered all the hardships in the world and finally cultivated to become a sky fiend. He gathered tens of thousands of demons and attacked the immortal sect. But in the end, he failed at the last moment. He met a person who was born with good fortune and was covered in the golden light of merit. His cultivation was clearly far from his, but he still died under his monstrous luck, and his soul was sacrificed once again. The funny thing was, he only recognized who the other person was at the last moment. He recognized where the merit on him came from. It was actually the merit of saving the world. Both of them sacrificed their souls, but he was spurned by the world and scolded by the cultivators. But his name was immortalized, and he received the sincere gratitude of everyone. He had the merit of saving the world. It turned out that he was not only fighting against the cultivators of the righteous sects, but also against fate and the heavens. Finally, he completely lost hope. He only hoped that the heavens would let him go once, and let him have a peaceful life. Then he ushered in his fourth life. He did not suffer much in this life. He did not have the memories of his previous life, and there was no longer that terrifying black hole in the world. He was just an ordinary scholar. In order to obtain scholarly honors, he deliberately moved and lived in a quiet house in the forest more than 10 miles away from the county. One day, a dozen mystic cultivators in yellow Taoist robes ran through the small path outside the forest. Behind them, there was a strong yin qi, as if something was chasing after them. The group of people hurriedly took out a voice transmission talisman to ask for help. After a while, a gentle male voice came from the talisman. The county is in front of you. You cannot let deviant ghosts enter the city and harm the people. Use the restriction talisman to temporarily seal them in the forest behind. Yes, Heavenly Master. Thus, the deviant ghosts swarmed into the forest and ate the only living person in it to death. Not even his bones were left. The scholar turned into a ghost. His soul body was about to be divided by thousands of remnant souls. Even he himself did not know why the monstrous resentment was completely unleashed, and it was endless. After being swallowed by the resentment, there was only one thought in his mind. He wanted an answer. He wanted to seek justice. He wanted to ask why. But even he himself had forgotten why he had to ask, and who he should ask. So he rushed out of the encirclement of remnant souls, out of this world, and broke through the rules of heaven and earth. Then, he appeared in front of the manager. Shening. Lone Moon. I Ching. He finally understood why these illusions appeared. The three of them were silent for a while. Then, they all turned to look at Yun Heng, whose face was pale as if he had suffered a huge blow. Coincidentally, the scholar was called Song Ren, and the heavenly master in the voice transmission talisman was surnamed Yun. Chapter 395. The sudden truth stunned the few of them, especially Yun Heng. His entire body started to shake. He stood rooted to the ground for a long time, as if he had lost his divine soul. But the surrounding illusions turned and returned to the scene of Song Ren's first life. It was like a movie that was playing on loop. I Ching and Loman's expressions were complicated. They finally knew where Song Ren's strange hatred towards Yun Heng came from. There was also the endless stream of grievous energy that even Shorty could not get rid of. Why was it that he could only get rid of it when Shening was around? Subconsciously, he probably still wanted to seek justice. Even the heavenly Tao could not give him justice. Only Shening could. Yet in this matter, it was impossible to tell who was right and who was wrong. His tragic fourth life was indeed pitiful. But no matter which life it was, what Yun Heng did was indeed a great thing to save the world. If he did not stop the plain storm, perhaps not just Song Ren, but everyone in the small world would probably die. Even their souls would be lost in the cracks between planes, never to be reincarnated. Yun Heng chose the best way. He even sacrificed himself time and time again. He risked his soul to save the world, so he received the sincere gratitude of everyone in the world. He received a body full of merit and blessings from the heavens. He was favored by the heavens in every life. From the perspective of justice, no one could say that his choice was wrong. Even if he sacrificed Song Ren, compared to the whole world, one person was too small. So everyone chose to ignore his voice. Everyone forgot to ask him if he was willing or not. Yun Heng might have let down everyone in the world, but he had let down Song Ren. Why didn't Moldy Ghost's body light up? Shening tilted her head and suddenly asked a question. I Ching paused for a moment. Knowing that Lone Moon was asking about merit, he explained in a low voice. Master, although doing good deeds can accumulate merit, there is no specific boundary between good and evil. Therefore, only by receiving sincere gratitude from others can one obtain merit. Oh, Shening frowned. So, no one has ever been grateful to Moldy Ghost? I Ching did not reply, and his expression darkened. In his first life, No one knew that he had a part in saving the world. In his second life, he was forced to the altar by everyone. In his third life, there was no need to talk about him. He was a great devil to begin with. Not to mention gratitude. There were countless people who hated him. That was why he became more and more unlucky in each life. Yet because of the fusion of their souls in the first life, he and Yun Heng had a connection. They would be entangled together in every life. Hey, what do you plan to do about this? Lone Moon nudged Shening and pointed at Yun Heng, who was still in a daze. Huh? Shening looked confused. What does this have to do with me? What ah? Lone Moon glared at her. This illusion is very clear. Songren is looking for you to uphold justice. Sigh, so troublesome. Troublesome, your sister. We have to solve it, right? What should we do? Shening tilted her head and thought for a moment. How about cold dressing? This kind of world-class conundrum was really taxing on the brain. Speaking of coleslaw, I suddenly remembered that I haven't had dinner yet. Did Chef bring any stock? So hungry. Yes, Master. Master will be ready soon. I Ching nodded vigorously. Very professionally, he took out 4, 5, 6, 10 dishes from his storage bag. He even set down the table, chairs, bowls, and chopsticks. He gestured for Shening to take a seat first. With a twist of his hand, he summoned the true phoenix fire. With a sizzling sound, the dishes that were originally a little cold became hot in an instant. An alluring aroma wafted out. Master, we can eat now. Cook that plate of pork knuckle a little more. I like crispy ones. Yes, Master. No problem, Master. Lone Moon. Son of a B****, at least take a look at where you are right now. We are still in an illusion. Do you think you are watching a movie? You are eating at a table in front of everyone. He had the urge to flip the table. He glanced at a certain someone who was already eating. The corner of his mouth twitched. After a while, he sat down at the table and waited for her to finish eating. In the originally dangerous and unpredictable illusion, the scene changed. The three of them sat around the table and ate crazily. Not far away, a person stood motionless in a daze. Hey, I say, recently, have you been eating more and more? Chef, give me one more bowl. Yes, Master, no problem, Master. 2 hours later, Shening, who had finally finished eating, glanced at Yun Heng, who had finally regained his senses. He was kneeling in front of her with a determined look on his face. Have you decided? Yes. He cupped his fists in response. All the shock and confusion from before were gone. I have already remembered what happened in my previous lives. Exalted masters, please, no. Exalted immortals, please grant me my wish. You have to think clearly. Lone Moon stepped forward and reminded him in a low voice. You originally had the potential to ascend. If you give up now, in your next life, no, you may never be able to ascend. I did all that not to become an immortal. He smiled. It was different from the kind smile he had before. Instead, he looked a little relieved. What's more, I am the one who wronged him. The justice that he wants should naturally be paid by me. Lone Moon frowned. Seeing his insistence, he could only sigh. After a while, he could not help but ask, in those previous lives, do you regret it? No. He did not even hesitate as he shook his head. If I could do it all over again, I would still choose to do the same. In the face of righteousness, sacrifice is inevitable. Even if I have to bear more hatred. It's just that. I hope that I can have a chance to make it up to him. At that moment, Lone Moon did not know how to evaluate this matter. He was clearly a good person. For 4 lives, he had taken it upon himself to save the world. He even sacrificed himself time and time again. Yet he was the one who caused Song Ren's soul to dissipate again and again. His resentment soared to the heavens. This is already the best idea I can think of. Yun Heng clenched his fists by his side and said, even if it might be meaningless, at least give him a fair chance. All right. Shening nodded and glanced at Chef beside her. Only then did I Ching conjure a seal with one hand. A beam of white light flew out from his hand, and there was a loud clang. The entire illusion immediately broke into thousands of pieces and disappeared like a broken mirror. They once again returned to the northern region that was filled with yin qi. However, there was an additional black figure hovering in the air a few meters in front of them. He floated in the air, surrounded by pitch-black resentment that was as dark as ink, carrying a violent and crazy aura. Although they could not see his figure clearly, they could feel that there were two sharp blade-like gazes directed at Yun Heng, as if they were going to pierce through him. Yun Heng took a few steps forward and looked up at the black figure in the air. He could not tell what emotions he was feeling. Guilt, regret, or relief. There were all sorts of emotions. He stared at the black figure for a while, then said in a low voice, "I know it's too late to do anything now, but I hope to give you a chance to start over." As soon as he finished speaking, the black figure in the air seemed to have lost control. Suddenly, it turned into a black fog, covering the sky and earth as it pounced towards Yun Heng. Like a sharp blade, it pierced several holes in Yun Heng's body. Glaring fresh blood stained his entire body. But with his last breath, Yun Heng conjured a seal with both hands. In the next moment, a red light lit up. The blood in his body surged out crazily, directly turning into chains that trapped the entire ball of resentment chi. A huge golden array appeared in the air, covering the two people below. Yun Heng's hands did not stop moving, quickly conjuring array seals. Then he said word by word, "I am willing to use my blood to build your vitality. I am willing to use my soul to forge your divine soul. I sacrifice everything I have in exchange for your rebirth." Chapter 396. Suddenly, the golden light shone brightly. The grievous aura in the surroundings seemed to be attracted by something, and began to surge into Yun Heng's body. And a nearly transparent soul floated out of the grievous aura, and slowly rose into the golden array above. Yun Heng's body also began to float out. Specks of fluorescent light from the soul gathered on the soul above. Song Ren's almost transparent soul, which had been swallowed by the grievous aura, began to solidify at a speed visible to the naked eye. Traces of red blood chi also began to gather towards the other party. That solidified soul immediately became alive. Finally, it changed from a ghost soul to a living soul. Only then did Yun Heng stop. His entire body was clearly surrounded by grievous aura, but his mouth revealed a sliver of a smile. And, "I'm sorry." The grievous aura on his body was instantly purified. His entire body also became fainter and fainter. In the next moment, it completely disappeared. Only a speck of fluorescent light floated out. Lone Moon conjured a seal, and kept the last remnant of Yun Heng's soul. He sighed. This time, he did not know how long he had to stay in the river of forgetfulness before he had a chance to reincarnate. I Ching also conjured a seal towards Song Ren, who had already turned into a living soul. In the next moment, that solidified soul turned into a ball of light and flew into his palm. "What do you plan to do with this living soul?" Lone Moon asked. Although Song Ren had already turned into a living soul, his body had long been eaten clean by deviant ghosts. His soul could not return to his body. Before long, he would become a ghost again. "Father Neo, do you still have Radish's dandelion?" I Ching suddenly asked. "You still use dandelion?" Lone Moon's eyes widened. Wasn't this a little too much? Wasn't it enough to have an eyesore at home? He was attached to Radish's flower previously. His soul was already infected with his immortal chi, so using that illusion is the best. And the current situation did not allow them to think of any other way. Otherwise, they would have wasted Yun Heng's efforts. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. Still, he took out a flower from the storage bag beside him and handed it over. I Ching immediately conjured a seal to set up an array. In a short while, a human figure slowly formed in the array. He placed the living soul in his hand into the array. In a short while the array light faded. There was one more person on the ground. Compared to the appearance of Radish before, the human figure now was exactly the same as his soul. However, because he had just been reborn, he would not be able to wake up for a while. "Done!" Shening clapped her hands. "We can go home and eat. Get back here." Lone Moon grabbed a certain person who was about to escape, and pointed at the disorderly river of forgetfulness, and the sky full of Yin Chi. "You call this settled?" "Father Neo, shut up." Lone Moon glared at her. "Before this river of forgetfulness recovers, none of you can escape." "Aya. So troublesome. Troublesome my ass. I didn't ask you to do anything. Just stay here and don't King run around. With that said, he glanced at I Ching beside him. Chef, call Shorty over to help too. I Ching nodded and took out his communication talisman. Lone Moon scanned the surroundings once more. The river of forgetfulness was strewn all over the place like hanging noodles. Instantly he felt his head hurt even more. The plane crack was something that even the god fiend could only seal temporarily with the help of primordial chaos and the others from another plane. No matter what, Yin Heng was just a mortal. If he could solve it with just his sacrificial soul, Kai Tian would not have had to look for a manager so frantically. Yin Heng only used the power of the river of forgetfulness to cover it temporarily. The gap had always been there. This layer of cover was still very weak. It would not be long before it reappeared. And because he forcefully borrowed the power of the river of forgetfulness, it also caused chaos in the river of forgetfulness of this world. It disrupted the reincarnation of this world. So a fault was formed here that one could only enter but not exit. What's more, this river of forgetfulness was a part of the main branch of this small world. In other words, it was possible that half of the souls that flowed through here were forced to stay here. And because the river of forgetfulness was distorted, it caused their souls to collapse and become remnant souls. And there were more and more remnant souls. That should be how the northern land was formed. Although remnant souls had no consciousness, they would instinctively want to return to the river of forgetfulness. That was why these remnant souls would attack the mortal territories in a frenzy, because only the river of forgetfulness could allow them to re-enter reincarnation. Yet they were intercepted by mystic cultivators who did not know the truth and did not let them enter. They could not reincarnate and could not return to the river of forgetfulness. It was no wonder that they would produce grievances. It was not strange that they became violent in man-eating. The only solution was to let the river of forgetfulness return to its original state and send all remnant souls into reincarnation. The most important thing was to patch up that plane gap. But there were really too many faults in the river of forgetfulness here. And they were scattered everywhere. Even with Shorty around, he and I Ching spent a long time before they slowly pulled those messy rivers back. That's right, two people. Not including a certain troublemaker who watched the whole show and ate melon seeds. Aya, aren't I guarding the moldy ghost? He hasn't woken up yet. What if he gets moldy again? Shining said seriously. The corner of Loman's mouth twitched. You're just King lazy. Songren was already reborn, and not a ghost. How could he get moldy? It's done. Before Lone Moon could fly into a rage, I Ching pulled the last half of the river of forgetfulness back to its original position. The entire river of forgetfulness was finally restored and started to flow again. Beside him, Shorty also waved toward the sky full of Yin Qi. She was Mengpa after all. Instantly countless lights lit up. Thousands of remnant souls returned to the river of forgetfulness. The Yin Qi dissipated completely. As if the clouds had been pulled out to see the sun, the surroundings suddenly shone with bright light. The originally dark and gloomy northern land was instantly lit up. Although it was still a piece of scorched earth, it no longer had the gloomy aura of the past. There were still some wisps of spirit qi in the air. Thinking about it carefully, it was normal. Looking at Yin Heng's first life in the illusion, he knew that the spirit qi of this small world should not be less than that of other small worlds. But later on the plane gap appeared. Together with the chaos in the river of forgetfulness, it affected this world. That was why the spirit qi became thinner and thinner. Finally, it caused the inheritance of cultivators to be cut off. Now that the river of forgetfulness was restored, naturally the spirit qi would return. Only he looked up. Indeed, in the next moment the air twisted. A pitch-black hole suddenly appeared, as if the sky was being torn apart. He subconsciously turned to look at a certain foodie beside him. But he saw her clenching her fists and making an encouraging gesture. All the best, Father Niao. You can do it. Get lost. You just don't want to do it, right? Thinking about it carefully, that assistant handbook that he spent a few months to understand, he indeed wanted to give it a try. So he turned to look at I Ching. Chef, you go left and I'll go right. Let's try using the sky-mending array. I Ching nodded, turned and flew to the left. Lone Moon flew to the right. The two of them activated the array at the same time and directly turned on the assistant authority. Indeed, in the next moment, a strange power spread throughout his body and flowed into that array. They saw that pitch-black hole in the middle slowly shrink and become smaller and smaller. In less than half a fruit's time, that black hole had completely disappeared. Even that violent suction force was completely gone. Chapter 397. Lone Moon brought up the plane data to take a look, then took out a small notebook to compare. When he found that the data was the same, and there would be no more gaps, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like the assistant handbook was right. The plane assistant had the ability to repair the plane. The props like the bandages that Shening gave him previously were only supplementary. On the importance of reading the user manual. I Ching was stunned too. He did not think that array formations could really solve the plane gap. He thought about it carefully. When Master used Radish's dandelion to repair the hundreds of plane cracks, she did not seem to use any special props. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked up at Lone Moon. Father Nyo, I think recently Master. I know. Lone Moon did not wait for him to finish and nodded directly. He turned back to look at Shening, who was trying to wake the unlucky ghost on the ground with a stick. A trace of worry flashed across his eyes. She will say it when she wants to. Lone Moon flew back and picked up the corpse on the ground. Things are settled. Let's go back. Back to the immortal realm? Shorty was stunned. But aren't Uncle Master Cu and the others still here? Let's bring the moldy Songren back to the immortal realm first. Songren's illusory body was formed from Radish's dandelion. He was also a living soul. Once he entered the body, the illusory body became his real body. In a sense, he was already an immortal body, but he had never cultivated before, so he could not stay in this small world. He could only bring him back. Lone Moon sent a message to Cu and the others as he opened the realm gate in the sky. No one hesitated. I Ching brought Shening and flew over on his sword. Lone Moon carried the still unconscious Song Run and hesitated for a moment. Then he flew in too. Why did he feel like he forgot something? He could not remember it. Forget it, it was not important anyway. Not far away, the red-black couple who had just escaped from the grievous chi. Winky faced, their hearts hurt. Songren woke up. Perhaps because of his previous experience, the illusory body that I Ching created merged very well with his soul. There was no rejection at all. But because he was not familiar with the use of immortal chi, he still needed others to transfer immortal chi to him to maintain his human form. Other than that, there were no other problems. But, who are you? He looked at the people in front of him blankly. After a while, he looked at himself. Who am I? I Ching. Lone Moon. Shening. Lone Moon's expression changed. He scanned I Ching from head to toe. I Ching grabbed I Ching's hand and released a sliver of God power to check I Ching's primordial spirit. A moment later, he shook his head. I'm fine. I Ching's soul showed no signs of grievance. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. They had thought that he had lost his memory due to the influence of resentment, just like last time. Now it seemed that he had let it go. Yun Heng risked his soul to be destroyed in exchange for his rebirth. Finally, Yun Heng forgave him and let him go. It was better to forget everything now. You really don't remember at all? His expression became even more confused. He tried hard to think, but after a while, he shook his head. I don't remember anything at all. Who am I? Where is this place? This is the invincible heavenly palace. You. Lone Moon hesitated. After a while, he said, You are a new disciple of my invincible sect. You had just started cultivating when something went wrong. That's why you were injured, seriously injured. Your body can't be used anymore. So we attached you to a dandelion. You're fine now. Just focus on cultivating in the future. I'm a dandelion. I Ching looked shocked. He did not doubt what Lone Moon said. Then you are? Of course we are your teachers. I am the sect's managing elder, Lone Moon. He pointed to the other two. There, that's the sect master eating the fruit. The one who passed the fruit is Chef, Elder I Ching. As for the rest of the sect, I will send someone to introduce you to them later. Only then did he nod his head. He still had a puzzled look on his face, and was about to ask something else when the door was pushed open with a bang. Little Missy. A certain vegetable rushed in like a cannonball. He scanned the room, and his eyes fixed on Shining. He pounced on her. You're finally back. Seeing that he was about to pounce on her, I Ching, who was at the side, was very calm and natural. He silently stretched out a leg. The next moment, Radish lost his footing and fell to the ground. The dandelions in his hands scattered all over the room. Radish was obviously used to falling. He threw away the flower stalks in his hands and was too lazy to get up. He sat on the ground and tugged at the corner of Xin Ying's clothes. Little Missy, Radish misses you so much. When you weren't around, no one watered me. Look. He pulled at his hair and said with a pitiful look, my leaves are split. Shining slowly finished eating the fruit in her hand. She replied, oh, little Missy, how could you leave just like that? You didn't even bring Radish to play? He felt even more wronged. Radish is about to grow mushrooms. Why is this ugly thing back? He saw Song Ren at the side and sized him up. His face was full of disdain. He remembered this person who ruined big sister Little Hong's dual cultivation ceremony. He confirmed with his eyes that this was an annoying person. You came at the right time. Lone Moon stepped forward. He will be a disciple of our sect in the future. Bring him around the sect and familiarize him. Ask Lan Hua to make arrangements for him. I'm not going. Radish rejected directly. He wasn't Little Missy. He didn't like it. Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He wanted to stew it at any moment. His true body is also a plant. You are considered the same as him. If you don't take care of him, who will? Really? Radish hesitated for a moment. He stood up and looked at him. Indeed, he felt the spirit chi of the plants on him. It was very familiar. Suddenly, he felt that he wasn't that ugly anymore. He looked at him even more seriously. This is? Song Ren felt goosebumps from his stare. He subconsciously looked at Lone Moon beside him. Don't you remember? He's Radish. He's the sex. He thought for a moment before giving an adjective. Pet. What was a pet? You're from the same sect as him. Regarding cultivation, you can ask. Forget it. You should ask Lan Hua. Radish's mischievous personality was a bad influence. Oh yes, your body was given to you by Radish. My body? Song Ren was shocked. He looked at Radish in disbelief. His eyes widened. Many complicated emotions flashed across his face. After a while he nodded heavily. I understand. He then took a step forward. Gritting his teeth, he seemed to have made up his mind about something. He cupped his fists in the direction of Radish and called out respectfully. Dad! Lone Moon! I Ching! Shining! Radish! For all, nanny! Chapter 398. Radish did not expect that when it went to send flowers to Little Missy every day, it would bring a son. As a sexist person, Radish did not like the sudden appearance of a son, mainly because he was not a Little Missy. Until Lone Moon told him that out of the hundreds of disciples in Invincible Sect, he was the first to have a son, the only one in the entire heavenly palace, and very precious. Only then did he put away his temper and happily accept the dandelion, with the intention of teaching it everything he knew. But because of Song Ren's amnesia, he accepted the fact that he was a plant spirit very quickly. Not only did he follow Radish everywhere and bully the immortal cranes, he also followed Radish to the back of the mountain to squat in the pit every day, waiting for people to come and water it. Therefore, the disciples of the sect soon discovered that the person who would not rest until he caused a ruckus in the sect every day was a dandelion besides the radish. Every day, he would either pluck the fur of a spirit beast or pluck the flower of a newly bloomed immortal herb. Lone Moon could not help but wonder if the decision to acquiesce to the relationship between the two was a little rash, just to make it easier for Song Ren to cultivate. But there were too many things to do in the sect, he could not spare any attention. In addition, he had to go down to the lower realm from time to time to take care of the previous small world and the progress of the cultivator's studies. The matter of the river of forgetfulness had been resolved, and the spirit chi in that world was beginning to recover. Of course, the matter of imparting Tao and cultivating had to continue. Otherwise, if they went to the river of forgetfulness at every turn and created another northern land full of remnant souls, they would really be busy to death. Apart from Lan Hua and Shorty, Siyu was the disciple with the highest cultivation level in the sect. She was already half a step to exalted immortal. With her around, Lone Moon could rest assured. It was just that once they went down to the lower realm, the sect naturally lacked manpower. And it was time for the immortal herb trade with the various continents that happened once every 100 years. He was so busy that his feet did not even touch the ground. Only then did he realize that something seemed to be missing. Holy shit! Yu Hong was still in the lower realm. No wonder the red and black couple, who had been in the lower realm for a few months, were finally brought back. You're saying that you're trapped in the north by grievous energy? Lone Moon glanced at the exhausted couple who had just been brought back. Elder. Yu Hong's face was full of guilt. I was not skilled enough. That's why I was trapped by the grievous energy and could not report back in time. Please punish me, sect master and elder. Madam, how can I blame you? Before Lone Moon could speak, Little Black, who was at the side, immediately said worriedly, who would have thought that the grievous energy was so strong? We didn't even have time to react before we were pulled down to the lower realm and trapped in that damned place. But if my cultivation level was high enough, the two of us wouldn't be so helpless. We wouldn't have to trouble sect leader to find us personally. Yu Hong's face was still full of guilt. According to what you said, this matter should be your husband's fault. Little Black pulled her hand and said apologetically, I didn't protect you well, which caused us to be trapped by resentment. If you want to punish someone, punish me. Little Black. Yu Hong glared at him. This is our sect's matter. Don't mess around. I don't care. Little Black tightened his grip on her hand and said affectionately, I'm a member of Invincible Sect since I married you. I'm your devil in life, and your dead devil in death. If you want to punish me together. If you want to die. Enough, the two of you. Lone Moon could not help but interrupt the two of them. If you want to show off your affection, can you do it in the house? We don't want to eat it. Yu Hong, you're saying that in the few months you were in the lower realm, you were trapped in the north and never left. Yes. Yu Hong nodded. That place was full of yin qi, and there was no daylight. Little Black and I couldn't get rid of the grievous energy, and we didn't dare to rush out. Then were you injured? Loman's heart sank. It was Song Ren's grievous energy that pulled them down to the lower realm. That grievous energy could rush up to the immortal realm. Little Black aside, it would be difficult for Yu Hong to resist it with her cultivation level. Most importantly, she was trapped for a few months. I didn't. She seemed to have thought of something as her face turned red. She glanced at Little Black beside her before continuing. Fortunately, Little Black has a Dharma treasure that can temporarily open up a small mystic realm. So, for the past few months, the two of us have been in that mystic realm and have not been injured by the resentment. Then, we sensed that the surrounding yin qi had disappeared, so we left the mystic realm. Lone Moon heaved a sigh of relief, as long as she was not injured. Don't worry, madam. Little Black immediately smiled like a flower and said affectionately, as long as your husband is here, I won't let you get hurt no matter what. With that said, he grabbed her hand and kissed it. Yu Hong's blush deepened. She looked up and looked at him. Immediately, their eyes met and pink bubbles seemed to appear all around them. Everyone could vaguely hear the sound of dog food falling. The corner of Loman's mouth twitched. He hurriedly waved his hand to chase them away. All right. The two of you can go and rest. Yu Hong, remember to take stock of those immortal herbs in the afternoon. Yes, elder. The two of them looked at each other again. Then, holding hands, they turned and walked out of the hall. Immediately, the entire hall was filled with a pink aura. Even Shening, who was sitting at the top and nibbling on a fruit, felt the smell of dog food. So she narrowed her eyes and turned to look at Boss Lan, who was criticizing her taste in clothes and forcing her to wear Dharma clothes. She suddenly said, Boss Lan, what? Is grievous energy more powerful than your demonic chi? You must be joking. His expression was as if she was looking down on him. Which one of the most powerful yin qi in the world can compare to demonic qi? All kinds of yin qi and grievous energy are like toys in the eyes of demons. Once the demonic qi is released, it can be dispelled in minutes. Oh! Shening gave a long response and continued to nibble on her fruit as if nothing had happened. But the two of them, who had just walked to the door, stopped in their tracks. The pink bubbles surrounding him burst into pieces in an instant. Some kind of cold aura was emitting from Yu Hong's body and rushing towards Little Black. Madam. Little Black's little heart trembled, and his legs turned to jelly. Madam, listen to my explanation. Little Black. A roar sounded and the entire hall shook. Yu Hong's originally delicate figure suddenly turned into a metal Barbie. How dare you lie to me? With that said, she picked up a certain demon king who was trembling beside her and threw him out. Madam. Before he could finish speaking, he turned into a small black dot in the sky. Yu Hong's figure also flashed and disappeared at the door. It was obvious that she was chasing after him to beat him up. The hall fell silent. 3 pairs of eyes turned to look at a certain foodie above them. What's the matter? Shening looked innocent, pure and kind, as if she knew nothing. Is it time to eat? I Ching. Lone Moon. Lan Hua. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. Do you know what it means to not expose the truth when life is hard? Huh. Shening tilted her head. Forget it, eat your food. Although Little Black was very pitiful, why did he feel so good for some reason? Oh. She then continued to nibble on her fruit. She felt that it was even more fragrant, the kind that didn't taste like dog food. Chapter 399. Little Black did not appear in the sect for a whole month after this beating. Yu Hong seemed to be really angry. Every time Little Black tried to crawl back, she would find out and throw it out mercilessly. Even the other demons that came and went were not friendly. The only thing missing was a sign at the heavenly gate saying that demons and dogs were not allowed in. Lone Moon finally felt a little more relaxed. He had thought that he would have to give the newlyweds a wedding leave or something. Now it seemed like he could save the trouble. But although the matter in the sect was resolved, something else came up. What's this? Shening poked the colorful bird on the table. Hong Meng sent it. He said that it's the first phoenix that appeared in their plane. Lone Moon explained casually. Phoenix. Shening turned to look at Chef beside her. It just looks similar. I Ching glanced at the bird on the table. This is a beast without sentience. At most, it was a bigger bird. Oh. Shen Ying's eyes narrowed. What's it for? I heard that it has some special abilities. Hong Meng specially sent it to you to thank you for what happened last time. For me? Extra food? Lone Moon nodded. Ever since he sent Hong Meng and the others back to their plane, they would send some things over from time to time. But that plane had just been opened, and there was really nothing special. This was the first time he saw a living creature. But he did not elaborate. What is this bird used for? Just as he was thinking, the bird on the table flapped its wings and suddenly flew up. It let out a crisp bird cry. It flew in a circle above the rear hall, and its body began to emit a white light. In the next moment, its long tail flapped, and with a flash of white light, something came crashing down from the sky, falling straight onto the table. A crack appeared on the surface of the table. The few of them looked down and saw that there was a fist-sized crystal-clear object on the table. There was light flowing inside, and immortal chi overflowed. This was immortal stone. Lone Moon was shocked. He picked up the stone and saw that it was a supreme-grade immortal stone. This bird can actually drop immortal stones. Even I Ching looked at the bird in shock. This was practically a moving immortal stone vault. With it in the sect, there was no need to worry about a lack of immortal stones. Of course, there was no shortage now. Hong Meng sure is generous. Satisfied, Lone Moon patted the bird that was lying back on the table. He smiled like the president of a bank. You even sent such a precious bird here. And what a sensible god. Wow. Shening tugged at the bird's feathers curiously. So, can it be eaten? Lone Moon. I Ching. Can you think of anything other than eating? Lone Moon rolled his eyes at her and picked up the bird. This is a bird that can produce immortal stones. Can it be eaten? Can't I eat those that produce immortal stones? The meat was clearly quite fragrant. You're wasting it. Of course, he had to keep the immortal stone first. It would be such a waste to eat it just like that. Besides, you've eaten 6 meals today. 6? Was there really that many? Shenning stared blankly at the bird in his hand. But it looked really delicious. Is the immortal stone that important? Nonsense. What are you going to eat and drink if you don't have immortal stones? Lone Moon dispelled her desire to eat seriously. This is a supreme great immortal stone. The immortal chi inside is the purest. The disciples in the sect can directly absorb the immortal chi inside when they cultivate. It's very beneficial to their cultivation. If not, they can exchange it for something else. Is that so? Shen Ying's eyes narrowed. Something flashed across her eyes. She said slowly, "But this stone, wasn't it that bird pooped out from that thing? Isn't it a little unhygienic to absorb what it pooped out? Also, you used the thing it pooped out to exchange for food and drink. Then, shut up." Loman's face turned green. If she continued, he was going to vomit. Why did a good thing become completely different when it came out of her mouth? He suddenly felt that the immortal stone in his hand was burning. Here, here. He shoved the bird over. Add more food, all right? Was there a need to go so far just for food? Chef. Shenning was delighted. She turned and shoved the bird to I Ching. Spicy chicken. The insanely spicy kind. Yes, master. No problem, master. Lone Moon. F** King retard. A while later. Father Nyo, where are you going? Wash my hands. He suddenly felt that his hands smelled like bird poop. Oh. Shenning then sat up straight. It was rare that she took the initiative to set up the plates. She held a pair of chopsticks in one hand and looked like a hungry ghost waiting for dinner. The corner of Loman's mouth twitched. He could not be bothered with this foodie. He threw away the spirit stone in his hand and turned to the kitchen to wash his hands. At this time, there was already a dead bird lying on the chopping board. All he felt was a lump in his chest. His heart hurt. My money printing machine. He silently looked away. He quickly washed his hands and walked out. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve. When he went out, Shenning still maintained the same posture. Only her eyes were narrowed. She did not look as energetic as before. Foodie Shen. Lone Moon waved his hand. Seeing that she did not respond, he could not help but push her. It's not dark yet. Why are you sleepy? Not eating the bird anymore? Shenning turned to look at him. Her eyes were misty. It was as if she only heard what he said after a while. I'm not eating anymore. Holy shit, why didn't you say so earlier? Her feathers were plucked out. You freaking did it on purpose. Are you alright? Lone Moon then realized that something was wrong with her. What's wrong? Why are you like this? What's wrong? Father Nyo, I want to discuss something with you. What is it? Her eyes became even more misty. She looked like she was going to fall asleep the next moment. I might need to hibernate for a while. What hibernate? There is no winter in the heavenly palace. What exactly happened to you? Lone Moon panicked. Suddenly he thought of something. His heart tightened. Is it because of the plane splitting last time? I'm a little sleepy. I just want to sleep. Shenning tilted her head. She did not answer him directly. Just that. I'll sleep a little longer. His heart sank. How long? Quite a long time. Lone Moon clenched his fists by his side. He took a deep breath and suppressed the surging emotions in his heart. He looked straight into her eyes and said word by word, I'll just ask one thing. Tell me honestly. You will be fine. Shenning was stunned for a moment. A moment later, she nodded heavily. Of course. That's good. She suddenly tapped on her wristband. A light screen appeared. She operated something lazily. During this period of time, I will seal all the plane passages. Do not open them. Also, she stopped mid-sentence. Her tone changed. Leave that bird for me. I'll eat it when I wake up. Who cares about the bird now? Lone Moon was getting more anxious. Tell me first. What can we do to help? He tried hard to calm himself down. He turned toward the kitchen and shouted, Chef. Chef. I Ching just walked out of the kitchen. It'll be ready soon. Master Shenning seemed to finally be unable to hold on. Her body swayed and she fell to the side. With a clang, the dishes in her hands spilled all over the floor. The blood drained from her face instantly. She was as white as snow. Master. Chapter 400. Master. Master. I Ching called out a few times and realized that the person in his arms was not responding at all. His face turned even paler, and even his hands began to tremble slightly. He subconsciously conjured a seal and transferred his god power. Blue light appeared around him, and large amounts of god power flowed continuously towards Xining. Chef, what you're doing is useless. She's not a cultivator, even if you give her. Holy shit. Do you want to die? Seeing that he was even about to use his inner core, Lone Moon was shocked and immediately pulled him back. Get out of my way. I Ching waved his hand away, his eyes red and filled with madness. Chef, calm down. Lone Moon said in a low voice. Xining just said that she's only in a deep sleep temporarily. She'll wake up. I Ching faltered. The crazy aura around him stopped. He turned around and asked hoarsely. How long? Lone Moon lowered his head and clenched his fists. She didn't say, but since she said she's fine, then she must be fine. His expression darkened and he finally calmed down. The red in his eyes also slowly faded. But he hugged the person in his arms even tighter, as if she would disappear if he was not careful. She's not doing well these days. You should have noticed it long ago, Lone Moon continued. She didn't say it. Perhaps because it's useless to say it, we can't help at all. It would only make us more worried. She's a manager. Some things we might not understand at all. You have to believe in your master. She. Manager. He suddenly interrupted Lone Moon, as if thinking of something. His eyes widened as if grasping at the last shred of hope, and he suddenly hugged the person up. Yes, we can find a manager. What are you doing? Lone Moon was stunned. What did he mean? Let's go to the other world, he said anxiously. Shen Jing, she's a manager too. She must have a way. That's right, Lone Moon reacted too. He almost forgot about that big boss. He immediately conjured a seal to open a passage to the divine realm space. Go from the divine realm, it's faster there. The two quickly returned under the starry sky. Lone Moon was just about to open the plane passage when the next moment his face paled. Why is there no reaction? He tried a few more times, but it still didn't work. He couldn't even touch the plane border. The planar channel can't be opened. I Ching's expression darkened. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a sword Dao and said, Then let's charge forward. It wasn't the first time anyway. Don't mess around. Lone Moon panicked and immediately pulled her back. She almost lost her life the last time, and she still wanted to do it again. Oh yes, Xining just said that she sealed all the plane passages. She must have her reasons for doing this. If you forcefully open it, you might end up harming her instead. I Ching retracted his sword and clenched his fists tightly. Then what should we do? Lone Moon fell silent. He clenched the flute in his hand tightly. After thinking for a while, he said, Since we can't go over, maybe the other side can come over. Shen Jing is also a manager, she should have a way. He suddenly thought of something and tapped on the wristband. A light screen popped up in front of him. As he operated it, he said, I remember that the manual of this wristband says that I can directly contact the other plane. He carefully scanned the light screen and finally found a red quiet icon in the lower right corner. Found it. His expression lit up, and he immediately tapped on that icon. In the next moment, a call interface popped up, accompanied by a calling sound. The other side picked up very quickly. Almost at the instant the ringtone rang, the call was connected. A familiar figure immediately appeared on the screen. Little Ing, why are you free? Shen Jing's voice paused. The smile on her face turned cold. Why is it you, you little bastard? She frowned. Why did you suddenly contact me? Where's my little Ing? Elder sister Jing Xining. Lone Moon then stepped aside, revealing I Ching, who was carrying someone behind him. Shen Jing's expression darkened. It was as if a cold wind had swept past. Her gaze was like a knife piercing the two. What happened? Why did she suddenly enter a dormant period? We're not sure either. Lone Moon shook his head. She didn't tell us the reason. She just suddenly said that she wanted to hibernate for a period of time. I knew something would definitely happen. I told her long ago not to receive any planes, but she just wouldn't listen. She's been so stubborn since she was young. Shenjing stood up and paced back and forth anxiously. After a while, she seemed to have thought of something. Her gaze became even colder as she looked at the two. That's not right. She has 2 portions of plane power on her. Unless she encountered a huge consumption, she would not enter a dormant period. What did she do before? Lone Moon was stunned. Then he answered. She repaired hundreds of plane cracks before, and opened up a new plane. What? The person on the screen stiffened. Her body trembled. The surrounding aura suddenly became terrifying. It was as if something was about to burst out. The hands by her side were clenched tightly. Even through the light screen, she could feel a huge pressure covering the sky and earth. Even the entire space of the divine realm was shaking. They heard a few faint cracking sounds. The originally pitch-black starry sky began to crack from all sides of the light screen. It was as if the divine realm was about to be torn apart. The cracks extended in all directions. Open. Plane. In the next moment, monstrous anger exploded from her body. It was as if a raging fire was burning around her. I'll kill you 2 bastards. Boss. Kai Tian suddenly appeared in the screen. He grabbed the raging manager. Calm down, calm down. You release your power so casually. It will create many plane cracks. You must calm down. Get lost. She kicked the person beside her. The sky was full of murderous intent. The person who had always been calm suddenly exploded. Little Ling has already bound a plane. How dare you let her open up a new plane? Are you idiots? Why didn't you stop her? I'm going to kill them. I must kill them. If they hadn't abducted her, Little Ling, would things have turned out like this? Boss. Kai Tian immediately crawled back and hugged her leg tightly. The passage there has been sealed. You can't go through. You 2 bastards. Hurry up and open the passage for me. Don't think that everything will be fine. If something happens to Little Ing, there will be no need for your plane to exist. Boss, if we force a breakthrough, it will affect Shining too. Shenjing paused. Then she calmed down. Even the few cracks in the divine realm stopped extending. After a while she took a deep breath. She looked at Lone Moon and I Ching with even colder eyes. It was as if she was looking at 2 dead people. Lone Moon felt a wave of coldness hit him. She really wanted to kill them. Yet I Ching looked down at the person in his arms. He put her down carefully. He turned and knelt down in Shenjing's direction. Senior Shun, it is true that we did not protect Master well. I Ching is at Senior's disposal, but Master's condition is unknown now. I hope that Senior can tell me how to wake Master up on account of our sisterhood. Chapter 401. Don't think that I'll let you off just because you jumped out voluntarily. I'll deal with you sooner or later. Shenjing glared at him. Compared to Lone Moon, she hated this scumbag, who took her little sister away even more. She desperately resisted the urge to force open the plane. She glanced at the person beside him and said in a low voice, Little Ying's current situation is because she used up too much energy. That's why she entered a dormant period. She can only wait for her body to recover automatically. Then when will she recover completely? Lone Moon asked anxiously. I don't know. Shenjing frowned. Since she's already a manager, then everything in your plane will be reflected back to her. That meant that the plane was her, and she was that plane. Fortunately, that plane was stable now. It proved that she would be fine for the time being. She just needed time to recover. There will be huge differences in every plane. I'm not there, so I can't monitor the data of your plane. That's why I can't calculate the specific time. You mean, Shining might always be like this? Maybe. I Ching clenched his fists even tighter. His body trembled. After a while he looked up and said, What kind of energy is she using up? That's not for sure. Shenjing said. Every plane has different forms of energy. When she came back before, she was hungry all the time. That's also a sign of energy loss. She could only replenish her energy with food before. But this time, it's obviously more serious. She can't recover in time. That's why she's dormant. Then what about God power? I Ching continued. God power, immortal spirit chi. Can these be used too? And the assistant seal. Chef. Lo Moon was shocked. Was he crazy? Shening said that the assistant seal couldn't be removed. Nobody knew what would happen if they lost it. It can be used. Shen Jing's eyes narrowed. She glanced at the two of them and said sarcastically. But do you think the assistant seal is something that can be returned so easily? If it can be taken back so easily, would I keep something as useless as Kai Tian? Useless Kai Tian. Unjustly implicated. What's more, the two of you became assistants because of Little Ing. Even if you return this power, it'll be a drop in the bucket. It won't have any effect. Shen Jing glanced at them from the corner of her eye. To put it bluntly, all of you are my sister's gigolos. Stop messing around. She thought about it, her expression becoming more and more anxious. She paced back and forth a few times before saying, I'll think of a way to lift the seal on your plane and come over as soon as possible. You two better look after Little Ing for me otherwise. She snorted coldly, raised her hand and pressed something. The light screen in front of her flashed, and the call was cut off. I Ching's expression darkened. He turned and walked back to Shen Ying's side. Carefully, he helped the person on the ground up. He felt the assistant seal in his body and activated his god power again. Chef. Lone Moon jumped and immediately grabbed his hand. Didn't you hear what Shen Jing said just now? Even if you remove the assistant seal, you can't wake her up. But I still have to try. I Ching turned back, his gaze determined. I am here because of Master. If not for her, perhaps we would have disappeared along with this plane. I can't just watch her sleep like this and do nothing. Father Nyo, I'm not as thorough as you. I only know that as long as there's a sliver of a chance, I can't give up. Whether it works or not, even if it's just to make Master wake up a second earlier, it's worth it. Lone Moon faltered, but I Ching had already flung his hand away and was conjuring seals again. Shit. Lone Moon cursed under his breath. He gritted his teeth and pressed his hand down again. Wait a minute. You dash. If you want to try, let's try together. Lone Moon interrupted him directly. He sat down cross-legged at the side and glared at the person who was unconscious. Holy shit. I must have owed you in my previous life to have met you two cheaters. He had never done such a loss-making business. So be it. With me, no matter what, we can at least get one more second. Let me say this first. Lone Moon thought about it and instructed again. You can try, but don't be stubborn. When I say stop, stop. Otherwise, not only will you get hurt, you might even harm Shening. I Ching nodded. Let's begin. The two of them conjured seals at the same time and sensed the assistant seal in their bodies. In the next moment, a huge force instantly filled their bodies. Lone Moon took a deep breath and carefully guided that special force, then transferred it towards the person in front of him. He faintly felt something being drawn out of his body. Just as it was about to enter Shen Ying's body, his divine perception suddenly felt a sharp pain. That force could not be transferred at all, and was instead directly repelled. Lone Moon felt a sweetness in his heart. Immediately, the corner of his mouth was filled with the taste of blood. He subconsciously glanced at the person beside him, only to find that the person's face was even paler than his. It seemed like Shen Jing was right. He really could not take it back. He was just about to retract his hand when he suddenly found that he could not. The assistant's force was repelled, but the immortal chi in his body began to flow rapidly, madly towards Shening. What was going on? Chef, hurry and stop. Lone Moon reminded him, but it was already too late. The immortal chi in his body flowed even faster. In just a moment he felt his dantian empty. His vision darkened and he directly fainted. Nyo! I Ching panicked. In the next moment his vision also darkened and he fell. Both of them fell into darkness. The moment he closed his eyes, he seemed to see something. He did not know how much time had passed. When he woke up again, he vaguely felt that there was something very glaring, so bright that they could not open their eyes. Lone Moon subconsciously wanted to cover his eyes, but found that he could not move at all. There was a sharp pain all over his body. He directly opened his eyes, but a strong light shot straight at him, making him a little dizzy. "You're awake." An exceptionally cold but somewhat familiar voice sounded, followed by a few clicking sounds, like the sound of something being pressed. Lone Moon looked up, only to find that not far in front of him, there was a blurry reflection. The figure was not tall, and did not look old. Her legs were crossed on an armchair, and her eyes were cold as she looked in his direction. He closed his eyes and suppressed the surging feeling of dizziness. Only then did he see that person's face clearly. It was cold but exceptionally familiar, and seemed to be a few inches smaller than he remembered. This was Shun Jing. Before he could react, Chef beside him had already blurted out in surprise, "Master, you're awake, that's great." What? This was Shening. Chef subconsciously wanted to go over, but his body moved. In the next moment, the two of them felt a sharp pain all over their bodies, and there was a faint burning smell. Lone Moon was stunned and looked down. Holy shit! Who tied them up? And it was the kind where the two of them were tied together and hung upside down. The person on the chair frowned and looked at the two of them even more coldly. "Who are you? What is this place? What is your purpose?" As soon as he finished speaking, there was a whoosh. 4 to 5 round balls flashing with red light appeared in the air around them. The black muzzles on the balls were all aimed at the two of them. The voice was as cold as ice. "Speak." "I Ching." "Lone Moon." "Huh? What was going on?" Chapter 402. Shening, why did you tie us up? Lone Moon subconsciously tried to break free from the light around him. The next moment, the white light flashed, and he felt another sharp pain. The light wrapped around him even tighter. More importantly, he couldn't activate any immortal chi at all. It was as if he was sealed. "You've done your homework." The person's expression turned even colder. With some mockery she said, "You even know my name. Tell me, how long have you invaded the plane?" I Ching became more and more anxious. He subconsciously wanted to go over. "Master, what exactly happened to you dash?" "Ouch ouch ouch." Lone Moon exclaimed. The light wrapped around him even tighter. "Chef, don't move." "Master?" Shen Ying's eyes narrowed. "Isn't it a little too late to claim kinship now?" "No way, Shening." Lone Moon's face was full of disbelief. "Don't tell me you really lost your memory?" "Wait a minute." He carefully sized up the person sitting on the chair. His eyes widened. Why do I feel like you're shorter?" He looked again. It wasn't an illusion. The person opposite him really was shorter. Even the robe she was wearing was longer. "Shening, you dash. It seems like you don't intend to tell the truth without suffering a little." Before he could finish, Shening seemed to have lost her patience. She raised her hand and pointed at something. In the next moment, the spheres surrounding the two suddenly opened like petals. A red beam of light shot out from both sides, connecting from head to tail, forming a ring. It slowly descended downwards and stopped at the position of their heads. "It's all right. It's the same if I scan your brains directly." In the next moment, the ring became smaller and smaller. The red light was about to cut their heads. Lone Moon was shocked. He sweated. "Holy shit, no way. Shening, you're serious. If you have the guts to invade the plane, you have to be prepared to pay the price." "Invade?" Lone Moon then realized that she had misunderstood something. He hurriedly shouted, "Wait. We're not invaders. You're not even in Xinjing's plane now. This is your divine realm." Shening faltered. Even the red ring stopped. She sat up from the chair. "What did you say?" Lone Moon heaved a sigh of relief. Only then did he confirm that she had really lost her memory. And it was not completely forgotten. She had only forgotten about them. "You're no longer in your original plane. This is the immortal spirit plane. The starry sky behind you is the 3,000 planes." As fast as he could, Lone Moon briefly explained everything that had happened since they transmigrated, including how she went into hibernation. The more Shening listened, the deeper her frown became. She exuded an unapproachable aura. She scanned the two of them a few times. After a while, she said in a low voice, "You mean to say that I'm the manager of this plane now?" "That's right." Lone Moon nodded hurriedly. "If you don't believe me, you can contact Shen Jing directly. You'll believe her words, right?" Shen Ying's expression stiffened. Something flashed across her eyes, but she did not confirm the call. Instead, she walked over, reached out her hand, and placed it on both of their foreheads. She closed her eyes and sensed for a while. After a while, he retracted his hand and looked at the two of them with some surprise. Then he pointed at the light screen beside him. In the next moment, Lone Moon felt his body relax. The light that bound them suddenly disappeared. The two of them fell back to the ground with a thud. And that red halo also turned back into a small round ball. It shrunk to the size of a marble and flew back to Xin Ying's palm. Master! I Ching stood up immediately. He subconsciously wanted to hold her hand to check. Xin Ying frowned and took a step back. She looked at him with cold eyes. His outstretched hand stiffened. A hint of pain flashed across his eyes. Are you all right? Xin Ying frowned. She seemed to be not used to it. She did not answer his question. Instead, she turned and said seriously, both of you do have assistant seals on you, so I'll believe what you said for now. And this place can indeed change according to my wishes. This is your divine realm. Of course you can do whatever you want. Lone Moon rubbed his waist that was hurting from being bound. He got up. Speaking of which, how many things have you forgotten? Why did he feel that not only her height, but even her personality had completely changed? She did not look the least bit lazy like before. In the past, she did not talk as much as she did now, because she was too lazy to talk. Xin Ying's expression darkened. She waved her hand. In the next moment, the originally pitch-black starry sky turned into a different world. In the blink of an eye, the three of them found themselves in a house that was tens of square meters large. There was a coffee table in front of them. There was also a familiar-looking sofa beside it. It was exactly like the one in Xin Ying's house. She turned and sat down on the sofa. Then she asked, how old was the me that you knew? Lone Moon and I Ching exchanged a look. Then he answered, this is a little difficult. The time after the transmigration is a little hard to calculate. But I remember the first time I met you. You said you were 28 years old. The corner of her mouth twitched. She seemed to be a little disgusted. After a while, she turned to look at the two of them. I remember this year. 15 years old. 15. Lone Moon scanned her from head to toe. No wonder she was shorter. It seemed that not only her memory, but her body had also returned to 15 years old. Is it because we used the assistant seal without permission and did not succeed? I Ching clenched his fists. A trace of pain flashed across his heart. So master, you will. Are you an idiot? Xin Ying suddenly interrupted rudely. For the first time, she rolled her eyes at Chef. If you didn't do that, I might never wake up again. The two of them were stunned. What did she mean? You don't understand? Seeing that they were confused, Xin Ying then explained. Didn't you say that my sister told you that I went into hibernation because I expended too much energy and lacked energy? You guessed right. The assistant seal is indeed the most suitable energy for me to recover. Then why? Their assistant seals were still on their bodies. I should have set a protection mechanism on your seals in advance. Xin Ying glanced at the two of them. That's why you couldn't return it to me. Instead, you transferred another kind of energy in your body to me. Immortal Qi. Divine power. The two of them said in unison. I don't know what it's called either. She clenched her fists. But it's obvious that those two energies were not enough to replenish my energy. So although I woke up, I returned to 15 years old. I didn't become the manager I was before. Then master, will you always be like this? I Ching could not help but ask. Her eyes dimmed. She shook her head. I don't know. Why don't we ask Xinjing? Lone Moon suggested. She's a manager too. Even if she can't solve it, she should be able to help you. And now that you're awake, you just have to remove the plain seal. I Ching nodded. That's right. Xinjing is the only one who can help master now. Xin Ying did not move. Instead, she looked at the two of them with a strange expression. Her eyes widened. She looked at the two of them, as if they were retarded. A moment later, the corner of her mouth twitched. She spat out a few cold words. Do you want to die? Huh. Why don't you shake your heads and listen for the sound of the waves? I Ching. Lone Moon. He suddenly felt that the 15-year-old Xin Ying was so poisonous. underscore, angle underscore. Chapter 403. Why do you think I closed the plane passage? Shenning glanced at the two of them. Lone Moon subconsciously replied, to prevent intruders? Shen Ying's mouth twitched. Did you learn Chinese from a math teacher? Her eyes were full of contempt for his IQ. Lone Moon was speechless. He suddenly missed the lazy girl in the past. Only an invasion without going through the normal channels is called an invasion. The plane passage is the normal passageway for people to come and go. Would there be such an open and aboveboard intruder? Then, sealing the passage, could it be to prevent the manager from coming over? Lone Moon was stunned. A moment later, he suddenly thought of something. Shen Jing. She deliberately prevented Shen Jing from coming over? Of course. Shenning frowned and gave him a look that said, you're not hopelessly stupid. I don't know about the other managers, but if I enter the dormant period, my sister. Her expression changed, as if she had thought of something. She'll definitely find you guys first. Lone Moon instantly thought of Shen Jing's murderous aura just now. His heart turned cold. If not for the plane seal, that Siscon would really kill her directly. One must know that from the start, she was the one who most opposed Shenning taking over this plane. Previously, it was because Shenning insisted, and she could not stop Shenning. Now that Shen Ying's power had not recovered, it meant that no one could stop her. Can't you see such simple logic? Did you become assistants by being funny? You actually want to open the seal. How confident are you that you can stop a manager? Or? She narrowed her eyes, her gaze piercing straight at the two of them like knives. Do you think you're tired of living, so you're rushing to die? I Ching. Lone Moon. His heart hurts. Although you make sense, can you not stab me with knives? Shenning returned to 15 years old, be it in terms of power, memory or body. It was as if she had been restored with one click. She turned back into an ordinary 15-year-old girl. Although apart from being shorter, she still looked the same, but she was no longer the cheat from before. Lone Moon and I Ching both checked, and found that the current her was just a little stronger than ordinary mortals. Her abilities were even inferior to the cultivators of the lower realm. Her entire person was like a cheat that was suddenly sealed. In other words, she was now immortal. Then how does Master recover? I Ching clenched his fists by his side and looked straight at Shenning, asking anxiously, what should we do? Shenning turned her head awkwardly under his direct gaze, and subconsciously leaned back. I just checked the data of this plane. There is no possibility for me to recover immediately. Then what should we do? Lone Moon's face paled. She wouldn't always look like this, would she? Wait. Shenning replied with a single word. She casually opened a light screen, and saw a row of data flash by. As she operated, she replied, hibernation is meant to recover. After a long time, it will naturally recover. However, based on the current speed, it will probably take a few hundred to 1,000 years. What? Both of them were shocked at the same time. Hundreds, thousands of years. What about divine power and immortal qi? I Ching continued to ask. Master woke up because of this. If he had enough immortal qi, would he be fine? All right. We can return to the heavenly palace. There are still several immortal meridians in the sect. If we use that, we might be able to. It's useless. Shenning shook her head directly. I woke up more or less because of the assistant seal. It's not because of any immortal qi or divine power. That energy originally existed in this plane. How could it be useful to a manager? Both of them fell silent. They couldn't think of any other way. Forget it. Let's go back first. Lone Moon suggested. It's good that you're awake. We can slowly think of a way. I Ching once again looked at Shenning worriedly. He could only nod. They could only take one step at a time. Don't worry, Shenning. Lone Moon patted his chest and promised. With chefs and my abilities, even without the assistant seal, we can definitely protect you. What's more, Invincible Sect is very safe. Before you recover, it's better to go back. Shenning looked up at him and stood up from the sofa. This is what you assistants should do. Can't you stop spewing venom and say something nicer? Lone Moon sighed. He habitually wanted to open up space transportation. He raised his hand to conjure a seal, but found that his dantian was empty. He froze. What's the matter? Seeing that he didn't move for a long time, Shenning turned to look at him. Weren't they leaving? I forgot. The immortal chi hasn't recovered. I can't open up space transportation. She subconsciously turned to look at I Ching. Me too. I Ching replied. Shenning. Lone Moon looked embarrassed. He just said that he would protect her, but he immediately dropped the ball. Why don't you wait for us to rest and recover some energy before leaving? The corner of Shen Ying's mouth twitched. She narrowed her eyes and glanced at the two of them, who were full of confidence just a moment ago. After a while, she said coldly, I suddenly don't want to return to when I was 28 years old. Why? Because I was blind. That's why I chose the two of you as my assistants. I Ching. Lone Moon. A stab to the heart. Which one of you brought something related to the destination? Shenning asked as she opened up a screen. Something related? Lone Moon thought about it, and immediately opened up his storage bag. I have it. With that said, he took out a dandelion that looked like a carrot and handed it over. What do you want this for? Set the coordinates. She replied and directly placed the dandelion on a table beside the screen. In the next moment, a row of data flashed. The space in front of them twisted, and a black passage opened up. Let's go. Shenning ignored the two of them, who were staring in shock. She turned and walked inside. The two of them. Didn't they say that they would completely lose their cheats and become ordinary people again? Once again, they suffered a crushing defeat in terms of intelligence. After crossing that transportation tunnel, in the blink of an eye, the three of them had already returned to Invincible Sect. Perhaps because they had set the coordinates for the carrot. They did not go to the back hall, but to the back mountain. The three of them looked up and saw that in the large immortal plant field, there was a huge carrot that occupied half of the field. It was squatting in the pit and shaking its leaves. Beside it, there was a dandelion that was swaying with the wind. Little Missy. The carrot saw the three of them at one glance. It jumped out of the pit and hopped towards them. Because of its huge body, every jump caused the ground to tremble. In an instant, it crushed a large number of immortal plants. Be careful of those immortal plants. Lone Moon's heart ached. Those were all immortal stones. The carrot often maintained its human form and did not feel it. Now it looked like this fellow should go on a diet. Little Missy, you're here to water me so early? The carrot is so happy. It jumped hard and pounced. The whole carrot came crashing towards them. It looked like the huge mountain of carrot was about to crush Shen Ying's body. Holy shit. Shen Ying was not the same as before. Carrot. Lone Moon got a fright. Luckily, I Ching reacted quickly and kicked at the bottom of the carrot. The carrot lost its balance and fell to the side. With a plop, it was crushed into the immortal plant field at the side. A large number of immortal plants were instantly crushed into a pile of mud. W. Lone Moon. Chef. You bunch of prodigal sons. Oh, greater than over equal to co. Oh. Chapter 404. Little Big Sister, Little Big Sister. Radish was obviously used to being kicked. It rolled a few times and pulled out the leaves on its head. It plucked the dandelion in the middle and gave it to Shen Ying. Here. Shen Ying's body stiffened slightly. She looked at the flowers that were suddenly handed to her. Her eyes widened. For me? Yes. Radish waved its leaves happily and nodded vigorously. My flowers are the prettiest. I only give them to Little Big Sister. Something flashed across Shen Ying's eyes. She clenched her fists and stared straight at the large dandelion flowers. She did not respond for a long time. All right, Radish. Lone Moon stepped forward and persuaded. Do you have to give it to her every day? Shen Ying will not accept. Before he finished speaking, the person beside him suddenly reached out and took the flowers. She hugged them in her arms and replied in a low voice. Thank you. The two of them. Eh? Lone Moon was stunned. Radish was even more stunned. It looked at the empty leaves in disbelief, and then at the flowers in her arms. It took a long time before it realized what had happened. Accepted. Little Big Sister accepted my flowers? That's great. It jumped up excitedly. It could not care less about getting up. The whole radish rolled left and right on the ground. That's great, that's great, that's great. It rolled all the way back to the previous pit. As it rolled, it said excitedly, I knew that little big sister would like my flowers one day. No, I have to bloom more for little big sister. As he spoke, he pulled out a certain dandelion that was basking in the sun. Son, let's bloom. Father, are you finally going to teach me to bloom? That's great. So a certain dandelion jumped out and turned into a human form. The three of them. It was just collecting flowers. Was there a need to be so happy? The corner of Loneman's mouth twitched. The next moment his expression changed. Wait, where are you rolling to? My immortal herbs. Come back. Unfortunately, it had already rolled further and further away. The remaining half of the immortal herbs in the back mountain fell instantly. Radish, this prodigal. His heart ached when he heard the sound of the celestial stone shattering. As expected, handing Song Run over to Radish was a wrong decision. Master, I Ching could not help but turn to look at Shining, who was still hugging the flowers. Why did you suddenly accept the flowers? Didn't she not accept flowers in the past? Can't you accept it? Shining tightened her grip on the dandelion. This was the first time someone had given her a flower. It's not chrysanthemum, Lone Moon subconsciously interrupted. What kind of chrysanthemum are you talking about? I Ching. Shining. Lone Moon was a little worried about Xin Ying's current situation. The fact that she had become a normal person naturally could not be made public. Although her previous role in the sect was only as a mascot. Even if he didn't do anything now, it wouldn't be any different from before. However, her sudden change in personality and her shorter stature were too obvious. In addition, with her cheat, even her invisibility attribute seemed to have been sealed, and her presence seemed to be exploding. So on the way back from the back mountain, he could not help but worry about how to help her. But soon he realized that his worries were a little unnecessary. Disciple 1. Sect Master. I'm so lucky to have met you today. Greetings, Sect Master. Shining stopped in her tracks and nodded slowly. All right. Disciple 2. Sect Master, did you just water Radish? You've worked hard. Disciple 3. Sect Master. Heavens, I'm actually seeing the sect leader. Am I dreaming? Quick, give me a punch. Disciple 4. Sect Master. Have you eaten? Along the way, they met dozens of disciples. They all looked excited as if they had won a big prize. But none of them noticed anything different about Shining. It was as if Shining had always been like this. Even Yu Hong did not notice anything different. The key was that Shining seemed to have suddenly switched off her venomous tongue mode. She actually walked back with a straight back and a cold face. Her expression did not change at all. She did not say more than 10 words. Even when she saw Yu Hong, she only nodded. Shining, why did you? Lone Moon was just about to ask when someone walked in. Good heart. Lan Hua suddenly rushed in. Can you return the fire-subduing fan I gave you the other time? Without that fan, it's not easy to control the deviant fire. This concerns my reputation as a 10th level heaven-grade alchemist. Can I borrow it from you? He definitely could not have a dark history like exploding his cauldron. Shining was shocked. She took a step back. After a while, she turned to look at the two people beside her. Who? This is Boss Lan. I'll explain to you later, Lone Moon explained. He took out a red fan from his storage bag. Looking at Lan Hua, he asked, Are you talking about this? Yes, this. Lan Hua's eyes lit up. He reached out to take it. Quick, give it to me. I'm halfway through refining my cauldron. Oh, Lone Moon's eyes narrowed. He turned and handed the fan to the person behind him. Shining, give it to her. Ah, Shining. I Ching. Holy shit. Lan Hua exploded. He's doing this on purpose. He's definitely doing this. Shining looked down at the fan, then at the person in front of her. Why did he hand it to her? Without thinking much, she handed it over. Lan Hua's face twisted. He looked like he was crying or laughing. He took it with trembling hands and turned to glare at a certain profiteer. You bastard, just you wait. He opened the storage bag beside him. He gritted his teeth and started digging. Here, the pills I just refined. This is 10th level. This is 9th level. This is below 8th level. There are also some Dharma artifacts I refined before. This is the water-repellent bell, frost silk, primordial bell. He dug out more and more until there was nothing left to stuff. Only then did he stop and shake the empty storage bag a bit. Shening, who was almost buried by the Dharma artifacts and pills. That's all for now. Lanhua looked like he had nothing left to live for. Is that okay? This damn good heart. Shening stiffened. A moment later, the corner of her mouth twitched and she said, "You." Before he could finish his words, Lanhua directly stuffed the storage bag over. Here, 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 here. With that said, he took the fan, turned around and walked out of the door. If he stayed any longer, he would even leave his underwear here. Not bad. You did well. Lone Moon patted Shin Ying's shoulder in satisfaction. Only then did she finish her sentence. There's no need. Lone Moon. I Ching. I Ching looked thoughtfully at Shening, who still had a cold expression. Why did it feel like Master was? Chapter 405. It's getting late. I Ching looked up at the sky, then turned to Shening and said, Master, it's time for dinner. Dinner? Shening faltered, but I Ching pointed to the table at the side and said, Master, wait here for a while, I'll do it now. If you're hungry, you can eat some pastries first. Shening frowned and shook her head. My body is different from ordinary people. I don't need. Before she could finish, she saw I Ching open his storage bag and take out plates of different kinds of exquisite pastries. The unique sweet smell of pastries wafted into her nose. He placed more than 10 plates on the table, then turned and hurried to the kitchen. Shen Ying's words were stuck in her mouth, and her eyes widened. So fragrant, Shening stared straight at the 10 plates of pastries, clenched her fists by her side, and then slowly reached out. Just as she was about to grab a piece, a hand suddenly reached out from beside her, directly grabbing the pastry closest to her, and stuffed it into her mouth. The pastries this time are not bad. Lone Moon ate while turning back to look at Shening. Oh yes, what did you say just now? Nothing. Shen Ying's expression turned cold, and she sat down expressionlessly, but her gaze could not help but fall on the tempting pastries in front of her again. And after hesitating for a while, watching Lone Moon beside her eat one by one, she could not help but pick up a piece and put it into her mouth. So delicious piece by piece. The pastries on the table disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. The two of them seemed to be competing, not even bothering to talk. The whole yard was filled with the crunching sounds of eating pastries. When Chef finished cooking and came out, there were already more than 10 empty plates on the table, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. I Ching was obviously used to it, and put away the plates, and replaced them with more fragrant dishes. So the two hamsters joined in a new round of fighting for food, until 2 hours later, the two of them rubbed their full stomachs and stopped. Master. I Ching habitually poured a cup of spirit tea, and handed it over. You'll feel better if you drink some water. Shening paused. She looked up at I Ching, and then at the cup of tea in front of her. She clenched her fists by her side, and took it with both hands. She lowered her head and took a sip. She replied in a low voice, Your cooking is edible. Thank you. I Ching, who had unexpectedly received the gratitude card, was stunned. He looked at her in surprise. Master was, Che. Lone Moon rolled his eyes at her. Out of habit, he ridiculed her. Only edible? But you were fighting so fiercely with me just now. You won't even let go of the last piece of meat. Stop pretending. The entire 3 realms knows that you are a foodie, okay? He rubbed his stomach and stood up. Alright, if you're full, let's go to the main hall. If you don't remember what happened before, I'll have my disciples come over, so that you can recognize your face. Otherwise, it'll be hard to explain if you recognize the wrong person. Shening stiffened. I'm not going. Why? Something flashed across Shen Ying's eyes. Is your logic broken? She turned and glared at him. Then she resumed her cold demeanor. What's the difference between calling them over for me to recognize and admitting that I lost my memory? The corner of Longman's mouth twitched. That made sense. Then call Yu Hong, Qingyu, Shorty and the others over. It's okay if you don't recognize the others, but they often come to the rear hall. You have to meet them. Shenning sat up straighter. I'm not going to meet them. Don't worry. Longmun continued to explain. Even if they know the truth, they are trustworthy. Nothing will happen to them. I'm not going. Shenning still objected. Why is that? She did not answer. Her face remained cold, and she had no intention of changing her mind. She just clenched her fists tightly by her side. She seemed a little nervous. I Ching was stunned. He subconsciously turned to look at the pile of Dharma artifacts that Lan Hua had left behind. There was also the dandelion on the chair beside him. Something clicked in his mind. He asked tentatively, Is Master not good at interacting with people, so you don't want to meet strangers? Longmun was also stunned. His eyes widened as he looked at Shen Ying in front of him. No way you have social phobia? What a joke. Shen Ying's whole body stiffened. In an instant she was as cold as ice. It was as if all the warmth in her body had faded away. Large amounts of cold air floated out of her body. Her whole body seemed to be frozen. A few words flashed through her mind. I've been discovered. Is identical to, what to do? What to do? Why not just kill her? #hey, what's with that look in your eyes? It's as if you want to kill me to keep my mouth shut. Longman's hair stood on end. He had guessed right, hadn't he? It had to be. This sharp-tongued 15-year-old Shen Ying actually had social phobia. Shen Ying, Master. Before he could finish, I Ching suddenly interrupted. He took a step forward and said, It's getting late. You've just woken up. Your body hasn't recovered yet. Why don't you rest early? With that said, he pointed to the bedroom at the side. If there's anything, we can talk about it later. Shen Ying then looked up at him. The cold air around her body eased. She replied, She turned and walked into the room. But her footsteps were stiff. For some reason, she seemed to be fleeing. In the next moment, she slammed the door with a bang. The two of them? She can't really. Longmun felt that it was a little unbelievable. I saw that she was very fluent in dissing us in the divine realm. She didn't look like she had social phobia at all. Maybe not. I Ching said in a low voice. Don't you think that Master looks very much like someone now? Longmun was stunned. Shenjing. I Ching nodded. He looked at the tightly shut door. His eyes darkened. In the past, Master probably didn't interact much with people. Now, I just don't know how to respond to other people's kindness. That was why she took Radish's flower and imitated Shenjing's cold demeanor. Shen Ying was in the house. What to do? Someone else found out. Even his sister couldn't tell. So how did they know? Were those two demons? Sure enough, communicating with others was much scarier than dealing with planar storms. Returning to the first day when she was 15, Ying, a girl with mild social anxiety, panicked. Ever since she decided to become Big Sister's assistant at the age of 3, Shen Ying had not interacted with strangers for a long time. She was very busy. Just the plain information that Shen Jing had arranged for her had already taken up all of her spare time. Especially after she started physical training at the age of 5, she rarely went back to Earth. Every day he would study, work, and beat bugs. There were only 2 semesters every year. And when he went back to school, he basically did not come into contact with any strangers. Moreover, due to the time limit of the teleportation space, she had to rush back after every exam. She didn't have any good classmates, and the only person she interacted with was her strict older sister. Chapter 406. Big Sister said that nothing could go wrong with the plane, or it would cause irreparable effects. So she had to be straightforward and not sloppy. Knowledge had to be at her fingertips, and she could understand everything. Shen Ying worked hard for more than 10 years, and finally did it. She completed all of Big Sister's training, and could deal with any plane crisis calmly. After a long period of training alone, she learned everything, but she forgot how to get along with others. Big Sister said that she had to be as cold and heartless as the winter, But what if the other party was not an intruder? What to do? No, don't panic. She was a plain assistant. Although she didn't know how to do it, she could learn. And the only reference beside her. As long as she was like big sister, it should be fine. Yes, absolutely fine. So, when Shuning came back to her senses, she realized that her soft and cute sister seemed to have suddenly become cold. The kind that could not be turned back. Master? Suddenly there were a few knocks on the door, startling a certain person who was drawing circles in the corner. Shuning stiffened and returned to the chair in the room like lightning. Her expression instantly turned on the fridge mode, cold as snow, as if the panic, grievance and helplessness just now were just an illusion. Come in. I Ching then pushed the door open and entered, glancing at a certain person sitting at the table with her back straight, his eyes like water. Master, this is Xianbud brew, it helps you sleep. In the past, you would drink a cup before sleeping. I was afraid that you would not be able to sleep, so I sent it over. Shuning glanced at the cup in his hand, and instantly thought of the table full of dishes. Her heart moved. Specially sent over? What a good disciple, but what should she say? Should she say thank you? But she had already said it before, so. You still have something else? She asked coldly. Yes, there is one more thing. I Ching did not care about her especially cold expression. He stepped forward and was about to speak, but saw Shen Ying's black claw on the table. Why is Master's hand dirty? Shuning stiffened, and for a moment cold air began to emit out. She must not let him find out that she had just dirted it by drawing circles. I Ching turned around and sat down. He took her hand and took out a handkerchief from somewhere and wiped it. Master, did you forget that I put a dust removal talisman in your storage bag? If you think it's inconvenient, why don't I refine a dust removing pearl and bring it along? Shuning did not answer. She was completely stunned. She stared blankly at the person who was wiping her hand. She suddenly felt as if her palm was on fire, burning up. Are all disciples like this? It's done. I Ching wiped his little black claws back to his little white claws. He then let go of her hand and looked up. Shuning panicked when she accidentally met his gaze. She clenched her burning palms. What should she say? If there's nothing else, you can leave now. Oh, oh, something's not right? I Ching, who had been chased away for the umpteenth time, felt suffocated. He glanced at the person in front of him and sighed before saying, There's one more thing that I wanted to mention to Master previously. Speak. Master, can you? He suddenly leaned forward and scanned her from head to toe. With a serious expression he said, Take off your clothes. Ah, take off my clothes? Now. A bunch of mosaics flashed across her mind. She vaguely felt a rumbling sound, as if something had exploded. Her face burned with a strange heat that she had never felt before. What disciple? So scary. W. Master's figure has changed now. This Dharma robe is a little too long. I Ching tugged at her long sleeves and continued to explain. I want to add an array on the Dharma robe, so that it can shrink and shrink according to Master's figure. Huh. Just changing the clothes? Shuning was stunned. Master, do you think there's anything wrong with that? I Ching asked in return. No. Shuning immediately shook her head. She heaved a huge sigh of relief in her heart, but her expression did not change. She stood up immediately. As she tugged at her belt, she said, I'll take it off for you now. Take it. Master. I Ching was shocked. It was only then that he realized what she wanted to do. His face turned red, and he hurriedly pressed down on her hand. Not now. Tomorrow. You can give it to me tomorrow morning. Oh, only then did Shuning stop. I Ching turned his head and took out a new set of Dharma robe and handed it over. His face was so red that it was dripping blood. This is a replacement. Master can change into it tomorrow. He did not even dare to look at her. When he looked down, he saw the belt around her waist that was about to be loosened. He subconsciously reached for it and was just about to put it back on for her. But the door was pushed open with a bang. Lone Moon suddenly rushed in. I Ching was shocked. He was already nervous. His hands trembled. The hand that was originally going to put on the belt pulled down instead. In an instant the whole belt was pulled down. Without the restraint of the belt, The supreme-grade Dharma robe immediately showed its supreme-grade softness. It directly slid down Xinying's body. Xining, the dandelion that Radish gave you'd better. Longmoon suddenly paused. He looked at Xining, then looked at Chef who was still holding the belt. Instantly he understood something. He covered his eyes. I didn't see anything. You guys continue. Xining. I Ching. Longmoon left very decisively. Aya, his daughter has grown up. Wait a minute, the current Xining seemed to be only 15 years old. The hand that was just about to close the door paused. He pushed it open again. Chef, you beast. She's only 15. Before he finished speaking, Chef suddenly seemed to come back to his senses. He directly stuffed the clothes in his other hand to Xining and spoke at a speed that he had never spoken before. Master, it's already late. The night wind is strong. You should rest early. Master, there are new blankets in the cabinet. Your body has not recovered, and you've always been afraid of the cold. You'd better be more careful. Master, you can't eat too many of the purple immortal fruits on the table. I'll change some pastries for you. If you're hungry at night, you can eat them first. Master, I'll come again tomorrow to get the Dharma robe. He gave a series of instructions, explaining everything in detail. When he was done, he directly turned and walked out. On the way, he also dragged Father Nyo, who was at the side and could not get a word in. His footsteps were so fast, as if there was something chasing behind him. He walked all the way out of the rear hall before stopping. Chef, why is your nose bleeding? Longmoon turned and saw 2 tubes of bright red flowing down from under I Ching's nose. Was there a need for this? Xining only took off her outer clothes just now, right? There were still a few pieces of clothes inside. Wait, what are you doing? Holy shit. Don't faint, I don't want to carry you. Before he finished speaking, the person in front of him swayed, and had already fallen head first. Her hand was still tightly holding onto a pink belt. Longmoon, son of a B*th. Inside the house, Xining frowned. What a strange disciple. She put down the new clothes in her hands and took off 2 more. She turned and climbed onto the bed. She buried herself in the blankets. Sleep. 15 minutes later, she lifted the corner of the blanket and looked at the drink on the table. A trace of hesitation flashed across her face. After a while she climbed up again. She held the cup with both hands and took a sip. The next moment her eyes widened. So good. Chapter 407. In the rear hall of Invincible Sect. Bo-Si Immortal Gathering? Longmoon looked at Yu Hong with some surprise. What Bo-Si Immortal Gathering? It's the emperors of the various countries in the Bo-Si. They heard that Elder and you have returned, so they jointly wrote to the emperor, requesting to hold the Bo-Si Immortal Gathering 3 days later, according to tradition, to congratulate the emperor on his return. Yu Hong handed over the invitation in her hand and explained. Longmoon took it and scanned the contents of the post. He frowned. Why didn't I know that there was such an immortal gathering in the past? What is the Bo-Si pool mentioned on the sticker? That's a celestial pool to the west of the Heavenly Palace. It's hundreds of miles away from the sect. Yu Hong pointed to the west and said, every 100 years, an immortal spring will appear there. It is formed by immortal qi, and it is rumored that the immortal qi there is even denser than the immortal meridians. Therefore, the previous Bo-Si emperor would hold a Bo-Si immortal gathering every 100 years. Inviting the monarchs of the Bo-Si countries to taste the spring is also a reward for them. The location of the immortal spring is a beautiful sea of flowers to begin with. The scenery is beautiful. Yu Hong continued to explain. Immortals from other continents often go there because of its fame. So the Bo-Si Immortal Gathering slowly became a grand gathering of the immortal world, hosted by the Bo-Si Emperor himself, once every 100 years. Then why do you say it's going to be reopened? Longmoon continued to ask. Hasn't it been reopened in the thousands of years we've been away? Indeed not. She shook her head and said, that celestial pool was originally at the border of the Bo-Si's 9 heavens. Later on, when the immortal realm and demon realm merged, the immortal spring happened to be at the intersection. In the past, the relationship between the immortal and demon realms was not as good as it is now, so no immortals dared to go there anymore. Lo Moon asked. Yes. Yu Hong nodded. The immortal spring is useless to the demons, and the immortals don't go there. Naturally, no one thought of that place, so we didn't do anything about it. In addition to the relationship between the monarchs and the sect, she didn't continue, but her expression wasn't very good. Her meaning was also very clear. Lo Moon's face darkened too. Of course, he remembered clearly what kind of people the 15 country emperors of the Bo Si were. On the surface, it was under the jurisdiction of the Bo Si, but in reality, it might not be sincere. When the Invincible sect took over the Bo Si, they had wanted to replace it and collude with the previous immortal officials to take advantage of them. Only after Lone Moon saw through him and beat him up by chef did he become more obedient. But they had left for thousands of years. Although the sect had Lan Hua, the former emperor, and they couldn't openly betray the Bo Si, they had done many small things in secret. On the day of Yu Hong's wedding, all the celestial emperors came to congratulate her, but none of the 15 country emperors of the Bo Si showed up. In the years that the sect master has been away, these so-called monarchs have all died. On the surface, they seem to be sincere, but behind the scenes, they are spreading rumors everywhere, saying that Emperor Lan Hua is from the demon race, and temporarily taking over Invincible Heavenly Palace is a plot by the demon world to swallow up the Bo Si, deliberately provoking a dispute between the two worlds. Yu Hong said indignantly, if not for the celestial emperors of the other continents coming out to clarify things, and their cultivation levels being lower than Lan Hua's, those lowly people would have long attacked the Heavenly Palace and replaced it. Lone Moon looked down at the invitation card in his hand again. The more he listened, the deeper his frown became. Elder Lone Moon, Yu Hong said worriedly, they suddenly proposed to reopen the Bo Si Immortal Gathering. It's definitely not to congratulate the Celestial Emperor's return. They must have other intentions. They just want to provoke a dispute and fish in troubled waters. Lone Moon threw the invitation card on the table beside him. He saw through such a small trick at one glance. He laughed coldly and said, it's best if they can make us kill each other, so that they can reap the benefits. Yu Hong was stunned, and a hint of confusion flashed across her eyes. The meaning of being an elder? Can't you tell? Lone Moon pointed at the invitation card and said, that invitation card is filled with congratulatory words for the return of the Bo Si Emperor. 9 out of 10 sentences are words expressing joy, expectation, and longing. The words are exaggerated, making it seem as if Chef, this celestial emperor, had an affair with them in the past. No. The moment he finished, the person who was peeling nuts at the side suddenly interrupted. After thinking about it, she asked seriously, what do I want their legs for? It's not like they can be used for cooking. Yu Hong. Lone Moon. Are you sure you're not here to make a joke? Is there a problem with these congratulatory words? Yu Hong still didn't understand. Of course there's no problem with us. Lone Moon laughed and knocked on the invitation card with his flute. But the key is that this invitation card is not just for us to see. More importantly, it's specially written for Lan Hua to see. Yu Hong was stunned. What has this got to do with Boss Lan? Lone Moon laughed even colder. Lan Hua has been in the sect for so many years, and his cultivation is the highest. Although he's a fiendish cultivator, he was once an Celestial Emperor. The entire immortal world thinks that he is the Bo Si Celestial Emperor. Now that we're back, they say that he was just a substitute manager, and Chef is the real Celestial Emperor. What would you think if it were you? Lan Hua didn't manage the Invincible sect. Yu Hong explained. Everything in the sect was handled by her and her junior martial sisters. In the past 3,000 years, aside from researching all kinds of spells, Lan Hua had been fooling around with his buddy Radish, who knew how many messes he had cleaned up. But others don't know. Lone Moon glanced at her. Who would have thought that Lan Hua, who had Demon King cultivation and guarded the Bo Si for thousands of years, really had no interest in the so-called Celestial Emperor position. And he himself was just an idler in the Invincible sect, the kind that needed to pay rent. No one would believe such a thing if he told others. So, they proposed to reopen the Wuxia Immortal Gathering to make Boss Lan unhappy, so that he can fight with Elder I Ching for the position of Wuxia Celestial Emperor? Yu Hong's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. Lan Hua and Elder I Ching? Those people were too imaginative, weren't they? Let's not talk about how to put together a person who stayed in the cultivation room every day to research all kinds of new spells, and a person who stayed in the kitchen every day to research all kinds of new dishes. To make these two hands-off shopkeepers fight for the position of Celestial Emperor. You must be joking. They would only work together to throw it far away, okay? Not to mention that Lan Hua was easygoing and open-minded about everything other than cultivation. Elder I Ching never liked to talk to people. It was very difficult for the two to have a conflict. Unless it was for. She turned her head subconsciously and looked at the person who was not nibbling on a fruit, but had a cold face, and was quickly tapping something on a light screen. She instantly felt a surge of excitement in her heart. Sect Master is indeed powerful, worthy of being Sect Master. Greater than or equal to. Those country emperors are full of schemes and dark thoughts, and think that everyone is like them. Lone Moon laughed coldly, his eyes full of sarcasm. After a while, he turned to look at Yu Hong and said, "Go and reply to them. Just say that we will hold this Wuxia Immortal Gathering on time." Do we have to do it? Yu Hong was stunned. Of course. Lone Moon smiled and said, "Don't they want to go? Then we not only have to do it, but we have to do it on a grand scale. Not only do we have to invite the country emperors, but also all the exalted immortals in the Wuxia." Ha! Yu Hong was stunned. But there are hundreds of people with exalted immortal cultivation in the Wuxia. The more the merrier. Lone Moon's eyes narrowed into a line as he smiled. Don't they like to play tricks? Anyway, we have nothing to do. Let's play with them to our heart's content. Yes. Yu Hong then turned and went out to put up the notice. Although she did not know what Elder Lone Moon wanted to do, she felt that she should light a candle for the country emperors in advance. Chapter 408. All right, chef. Lone Moon thought of something and turned to look at I Ching, who was still shelling. He took out a storage bag and said, "Send these immortal herbs to Lan Hua later and help him refine some supreme-grade Immortal Contest pills." Immortal Contest pill. I Ching was stunned. The Immortal Contest pill could directly raise one's cultivation level, and the supreme-grade Immortal Contest pill could even raise one's cultivation level by a whole realm. However, the conditions to refine it were extremely harsh, not to mention all kinds of rare immortal herbs. The most important thing was that it required a special divine deviant fire to refine it. So even though everyone knew of this pill recipe, no one in the entire immortal world was able to concoct such an immortal pill. Except for Invincible Sect. They did not lack immortal herbs, but deviant fire. What deviant fire could compare to I Ching's true phoenix fire? That was why they could really cultivate it. The disciples of the sect are all body cultivators, so they don't need such pills. Body cultivators cultivated their bodies. And no matter how good the pills were, there would still be impurities left in the body, and there might even be pill toxins. To other immortals, it was nothing, but to body cultivators, it was a huge hindrance to their cultivation. Therefore, other than emergency pills, the sect wouldn't allow its disciples to consume pills that increased their immortal power. It's not for the disciples of the sect. Lone Moon shook his head. Before he could explain, Shining, who was checking the data beside him, suddenly interrupted. He's preparing to dig a hole for those country emperors. As she tapped on the screen, she said, "Raise the cultivation of the people around them to the same level as them. Let them fight amongst themselves first." To put it simply, Shining turned and glanced coldly at the other party. He's causing trouble. They came up with this idea themselves. Lone Moon said innocently. He was just giving them a taste of their own medicine. Didn't he want to start a fight between Chef and Lan Hua for the position of emperor? What if someone fought with them for the throne first? At that time, would they still be so free? Lone Moon's eyes darkened. Their invincible sect was not so easily bullied. They didn't know about it before, but now that they had come knocking on their door, he naturally had to get back at them. Shening frowned and turned to glance thoughtfully at Lone Moon, whose face was full of bad ideas. Sister said that as an assistant, she shouldn't interfere too much with the development of the living beings in the plane. Now that she was the manager, shouldn't she remind them? She needed to reason with them. Oh, she took a deep breath and said in a gentle tone, "Are you an idiot?" Lone Moon didn't feel relieved at all. Instead, he felt like he had been stabbed. What? It's completely meaningless for a plane assistant to interfere in a conflict between native life forms. You're different from them. What's there to be proud of bullying a bunch of kids? If that's the case, he should understand, right? Didn't we have a good talk today? Carrot. Lone Moon wanted to spit a mouthful of blood at her face. Why did she bring a knife when she said something perfectly fine? I'm doing this once and for all. If I don't resolve this issue now, those monarchs will only make things worse in the future. We can't just watch our disciples get bullied, right? Do you think I care about this? Isn't it all because of you lazy people? Who's the sect leader? Shening paused. She thought about the girl she met yesterday, who smiled happily at her, and her heart softened. That seemed to make sense. Big Sister didn't seem to say what would be the effect of an assistant interfering in these things. Forget it, whatever. So she looked at Lone Moon again and said seriously, "As long as you're happy." Lone Moon, what's going on? Even more infuriating? This must be sarcasm, it must be. Damn it, don't stop me. I'll go to the papers now. Then I'll go find Lan Hua. Chef suddenly stood up and interrupted their conversation. Father Neo, other than the immortal contest pill, do you want to refine any other pills? Lone Moon then suppressed the anger in his heart. Let Lan Hua do as he sees fit. All right. He suddenly thought of something and looked at Shening. Where's the dandelion that Radish gave you yesterday? Let Chef bring it to Lan Hua. It can improve the quality of the pills. Shening stiffened. Even her hand that was about to light up the screen stopped. Flowers still have to be taken back? That was the first time she received flowers. Are you a demon? Where did you put it? Seeing that she did not speak for a long time, Lone Moon asked again. If that dandelion is not sealed with sorcery, it will lose its effect after a day. Don't want to give it, not happy. No need. I Ching subconsciously turned and looked at Shening, who still had a cold expression. I'll just ask Radish for some more. Huh. Shening looked up in surprise, her eyes widening. Good person. There's ready-made ones, why make a trip? Lone Moon frowned. You know that Radish only listens to Shening. Even if you go, he might not give it to you. Huh. Wait, why are you holding a kitchen knife? He will give it to you. I Ching said seriously. Hee, as long as you're happy. Straight face, I Ching turned to look at his master, who still had a cold expression. He pushed the nuts that he had been peeling for a long time towards her. Master, do you want to eat? Shening paused. She looked down at the plate full of nuts in front of her. Her expression did not change, but her eyes widened in surprise. A while later, eat. She slowly reached out to pick one up and quickly stuffed it into her mouth. So crispy, so delicious. This is a good person. The corner of I Ching's mouth turned up slightly. Then he turned to look for Lan Hua. Shening stuffed a few more nuts into her mouth, eating as she turned to look at his retreating figure. Her heart warmed for no reason, but a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. She felt that this disciple of hers was strange. He seemed to be treating her too well, not like a master and disciple at all. She turned to look at Father Neo, wanting to clarify, and subconsciously reached out to tug at his hair. That! Ouch! Lone Moon felt a pain in his scalp and jumped up. Holy shit! Why did you suddenly pull my hair so hard? His scalp was about to fall off. Shen Ying's hand froze. What should she do? She pulled the wrong hair. He's going to be angry, right? I pulled your clothes. Her expression did not change. Do you think I'm blind? The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. Don't hide your hand behind your back if you have the guts. Rubbing his scalp that was hurting, he turned to glare at her and asked, What exactly do you want? I have something to ask you. Shening looked at the nuts on the table again. That I Ching, is really my disciple? If he's not your disciple, is he supposed to be my disciple? Lone Moon rubbed his head and rolled his eyes. Just disciple? Lone Moon finally understood what she meant. He paused and said with some surprise, Holy shit, no way? Didn't I Ching tell you about this? Then were you two playing house last night? Shening tilted her head. What did he say? Of course he's not just your disciple, he's your boyfriend. With that said, she added, haven't you met his parents already? Huh? In the next moment, Shen Ying's cold expression, which she had been maintaining very well, cracked. Her face instantly turned red like a ripe tomato. Boyfriend? Meet his parents. My sister. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.